Chapter 4, 94. Li Qingshan's demonic aura had indeed been completely exhausted. However, there was a kind of energy in his body that could be converted into demonic aura, which was more effective than taking any elixir. That was the power of will in the divine talisman of great creation. Li Qingshan had not used the divine talisman of great creation all this while, not because he was preparing for a rainy day, but because he was expecting to break through to the fourth tier of the tiger demon at this moment. Instead, under the circumstances just now, even if he converted all his power of will into demonic aura, it could only help him hold on for a little longer. He might as well save it and think of a way to use the ever-changing divine talisman of great creation as a last resort. Finally, at this moment, it worked wonders. Helicoverpa Rosa sensed that something was wrong. She slashed at Li Qingshan's neck with her palm, which turned silver gray in midair, intending to decapitate him. Li Qingshan twisted his head and latched onto her wrist with his mouth. His face turned, and a shining red eye stared at Helicoverpa Rosa. Helicoverpa Rosa felt a stabbing pain in her wrist and a slight palpitation. She felt that something had changed. This time, Li Qingshan not only kept up with her speed, but also pierced her silver-gray skin with his sharp fangs. The taste of blood flowed into his mouth, which was exceptionally sweet. Go to hell! Helicoverpa Rosa was enraged. She clasped his head with her left hand and pierced her fingers into it. She was about to see Li Qingshan's head suffer the same fate as the mirror-image doppelganger. However, her claw failed to penetrate it. Tiger demon refines bones. When Li Qingshan broke through to the fourth tier of the tiger demon, the bones all over his body went through another round of tempering and became stronger and tougher. Naturally, the same went for his skull. But his body, he was still unable to move. Even though he kept tempering his body with the power of vibration the moment he recovered his demonic aura, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time to break the thousands of spider webs. 2 consecutive moves had failed to work, and the enemy was unable to move at all. Helicoverpa Rosa was both shocked and angry. She retreated and took a short rest. Her red lips spurted out thousands of spider webs. It shot towards Li Qingshan's head. His arms couldn't move, and he couldn't use his fists to disperse the spider webs like just now. If he forcefully used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block it, it would be pierced and destroyed in a few seconds. Li Qingshan seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation and could no longer escape. But he grinned and did the same thing as Helicoverpa Rosa. He pursed his lips and spat hard. At first, it sounded like a sharp whistle, but what he spat out wasn't spider silk, but a stream of wind. It met the spider silk. Thousands of strands of spider silk were blown away the moment they came into contact with the wind. The fourth layer was an extremely important layer. The 3 innate abilities and cultivation methods that Li Qingshan grasped were the spirit turtle and the ox demon. Both of them had undergone shocking changes at the 4th level. Of course, this could just be an illusion. Perhaps it was a natural evolution after accumulating to a certain extent. But no matter what, with the breakthrough to the 4th layer of the tiger demon and the 2 innate abilities of the tiger demon, they evolved as well. The stream of wind was none other than one of the innate abilities he comprehended first, the tiger demon's slaughter howl. When the ox demon trample successfully broke free from being an innate ability of little value, it remained the same. Its power was barely satisfactory too, becoming the ability that Li Qingshan used the least. But at this moment, there was no whistling wind. All of its power had been withdrawn, turning into a stream of wind as thick as an arm. It did not seem as mighty as before. However, the sharpness it contained surpassed even Fu Qingjin's sword chi, which was why it was able to disperse the spider silk after ripping apart Helicoverpa rosa. Calling it the tiger demon's slaughter howl was no longer suitable. Just like how the ox demon tramples had become the tremors of the ox demon, from today onwards, this move would be called the tiger demon's breath. He has the ability to conceal his aura. Just now, he must have concealed a portion of his demonic aura to fool my attention. North Moon, I don't believe that your demonic aura is limitless. As Helicoverpa Rosa thought so, she repeated the same trick and spat out an endless stream of spider silk. However, she had made up her mind that she would not give him any chance this time. She would not rest until she killed him completely. The breath and the spider silk kept colliding, one weakening while the other strengthening. The ear-piercing sound they produced was like 1,000 zither being plucked at the same time, the strings dazzling. The drifting spider silk flew up and down, streaking across the cavern and cutting deep into it. The ceiling was torn apart, and the boulders collapsed with a loud rumble. One by one, the pieces fell on the wind and silently split into two halves. Compared to the tremors of the ox demon, the efficiency of the tiger demon's breath to shatter the spider silk was undoubtedly higher. However, it also consumed demonic aura. The demonic aura that Li Qingshan had just replenished was consumed by more than half in a short while. However, what Helicoverpa Rosa did not know was that Li Qingshan had a trump card, the divine talisman of great creation, to continuously replenish his demonic aura. He was not afraid of consumption at all. Gradually, Helicoverpa Rosa began to feel a little anxious. Her demonic aura was also left with less than 30%. Since the start of the battle, her demonic aura was not at 100%. In order to pursue the ultimate pleasure in bed, she allowed Li Qingshan to use the tremors of the ox demon to directly destroy her body. A single tremor might not be a big deal to her, but after accumulating countless times, the damage was not light. It consumed 20% of her demonic aura to heal her injuries. In her opinion, this 20% of demonic aura was not a big deal at all. She could not even use up 10% of her demonic aura to deal with Li Qingshan. In the battle that followed, Li Qingshan was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. At this time, his demonic aura seemed to be endless. What on earth is going on? Is he really just a demon general? Finally, the spider silk in Li Qingshan's body broke inch by inch. With a shudder, thousands of spider silk shot out like silver needles, breaking free from the restraint. The divine earth power immediately came into play. The dense wounds on his bright red heart gradually healed, and it began to beat loudly again. Although it was terrible to be pierced by thousands of needles, it was actually easier to recover. Waves of water spiritual qi gushed out from his Dantian's sea of qi and spread to his entire body. A cool and comfortable feeling instantly eliminated the pain. Although he did not dare to use his spiritual qi in front of Spider Queen, it did not matter if he used it in his own body. After exhausting all the spiritual qi in his body, a spirited and unscathed Li Qingshan once again stood in front of Spider Queen. Withdrawing the tiger demon's breath, he laughed wildly and said, "I'm going to fuck you right now." Helicoverpa Rosa felt as if she had fallen into an unimaginable dream. No matter how many times she knocked him down, he could always stand up again and issue a challenge to her. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the spider silk flying towards him seemed to have suddenly slowed down. He crouched slightly, and the spider silk flew past his face. Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes flashed. The spider silk suddenly changed direction and coiled towards him like a snake. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Qingshan's sharp tiger claws cut through the spider silk. Just as he was about to pounce on Spider Queen, he suddenly stopped and leaped lightly. Countless spider silk swept past his body. At first glance, it looked like a white snake suddenly raised its head and turned around, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards him. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. His claws danced wildly in a dazzling manner, tearing apart the spider silk inch by inch. Then he opened his mouth and breathed out a gust of wind. Like a spirit snake, it swam around his body and swept away the spider silk that wanted to take the opportunity to sneak up on him. Like a fierce tiger, Li Qingshan ran and twisted in the dense forest woven of spider silk. Not a single leaf could touch him. Helicoverpa rosa was stunned. The speed and agility that Li Qingshan displayed were almost on par with her. A demon general who had the strength, speed, and reflexes of a demon marshal. In a moment, the demonic chi on Helicoverpa rosa's body dropped by 20%. She finally stopped spitting silk. Taking this opportunity, Li Qingshan pounced towards Helicoverpa rosa. However, he saw a cold smile on her face. Reel in the net. With a thought from behind Helicoverpa rosa, a huge net woven from countless spider silk extended out of the rock and earth, closing in on Li Qingshan from all directions. A while ago, when her silk collided with Li Qingshan's breath, countless strands of silk were swept away, sinking into the surrounding rock and walls. The silk was not abandoned. Instead, under her control, the strands wove together like a spider patiently weaving a web, waiting for prey to fall into it. In that moment, Li Qingshan reacted. A gust of wind struck the net, but it only caused a ripple. He threw punch after punch, but even the power of tremors struggled to break through the net. Every single thread that formed the net was as thick as an index finger. They were formed from countless thin strands of silk, so they were much tougher than the net she could casually spit out. Once caught, even with endless strength and the tremors of the ox demon, he would never be able to break free. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and countless hexagons formed a sphere to support the net. I'd like to see how long you can last. Helicoverpa rosa snorted coldly. With a pull of her hand, the web tightened, and cracks immediately appeared on the spirit turtle's profound shell. The threads dug into it, as if they could cut it to pieces in the next moment. Are you ready? Li Qingshan laughed madly. What? Helicoverpa rosa frowned. What do you think? Li Qingshan studied her snow-white body, and his eyes shone with brutality. All the oppression and humiliation was about to be paid back. In your dreams. Helicoverpa rosa bellowed. The web tightened, and with a crack, the spirit turtle's profound shell became riddled with cracks. Actually, I discovered your scheme a long time ago. How can you hide everything that happens underground from me? Li Qingshan smiled. Wouldn't you run if you discovered it? Helicoverpa rosa did not believe him, but she could not help but feel a hint of doubt. I was afraid you'd run. Li Qingshan smiled. Actually, this web still has a flaw. Where? The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly. Li Qingshan raised his hand and pointed. It's you. Helicoverpa rosa could only vaguely see two whirlwinds surge out from Li Qingshan's back. His figure vanished from where he was in that instant. She was alarmed, but by the time she returned to her senses, it was already too late. Li Qingshan slammed into her with the web. Maintaining this web will require demon chi and physical strength, right? Your demon chi and physical strength should be pretty much depleted now, right? Li Qingshan pressed her down and wrapped his claws around her slender neck. He smiled viciously. I'm very vengeful, mother of my child. Chapter 4, 95. Helicoverpa rosa no longer had the slightest smile on her face. Shock, fury, and a sliver of uncontrollable fear welled up within her. This feeling had never stopped since the day she had gained spirituality, all the way until the day she became a demon commander. It had been so many years since anyone or anything could make her feel fear. Am I defeated? No, how can I be defeated? Helicoverpa Rosa struggled with all her might. Her hands locked onto his arms. She raised her leg and kicked his back. Li Qingshan grinned viciously. Like a mountain, he pressed down on Helicoverpa Rosa's snow-white body. No matter how she struggled, she could not budge. His arms were riddled with bloody marks from her claws, and his back was aching from the kicks. However, her attacks were no longer as fierce as they had been at the beginning. They seemed rather weak and powerless. After fighting for so long, Helicoverpa Rosa's demon chi was almost completely exhausted. Her entire body was filled with exhaustion, and her strength was no longer as great as before. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's body had become even stronger after breaking through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon. Furthermore, he constantly replenished his demon chi with the power of wish. Under the effect of the divine earthen strength, he did not feel tired at all. In particular, after devouring and digesting Strong Stone's demon core, his strength had further increased. Under such circumstances, she was no longer able to gain the upper hand in close combat. Helicoverpa Rosa circulated her remaining demon chi. The spider web tightened, binding Li Qingshan and strangling him. 8 spikes shot towards him. Without a word, Li Qingshan punched her abdomen. His ox demon's great strength, the power of tremors, and even a bit of the power of wish were added to his punch. In an instant, Helicoverpa Rosa's body was dyed with a layer of silvery gray. The power of tremors was unleashed in waves. Cracks appeared on his silver-gray skin, and before he could recover, the second punch landed. Boom, 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 boom. Li Qingshan completely ignored the tightening spider webs and the spikes coming at him. He just punched her again and again, viciously venting the anger in his heart. The spider web gradually loosened, and the spikes became weaker and weaker. In the end, they could not even cut through his ox demon forges, its hide. On the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's metallic skin, ripples spread out, and the texture of his skin was restored. The silvery gray color gradually faded. It returned to its snow-white color. Li Qingshan's fists had used up the last bit of her demonic aura, and she could no longer maintain her innate talent. Li Qingshan casually pulled away the cobwebs wrapped around his body. Without demonic chi to control and force to pull, no matter how indestructible the spider web was, it was just a lifeless object. Then he patted Helicoverpa Rosa's cheek and said, "How is it, Madam Spider Queen? Didn't I serve you well? Do you like this kind of service?" "I'll kill you." Helicoverpa Rosa's expression contorted, and she sank into hysterical rage. She opened her red lips and was about to spit out a spider web. It pierced through Li Qingshan's head. "Pa!" A resounding slap landed on Helicoverpa Rosa's face. Her head turned away, then suddenly turned back, and another slap landed. Every time she turned her head, every time she tried to spit out a spider web, she would receive a slap. After a dozen or so consecutive slaps, she finally gave up on this self-humiliating behavior. She tilted her head and stared at Li Qingshan with one eye. This scene was exactly the same as just now. It was the same as before, but her eyes were filled with resentment. Boom! Another punch landed on her abdomen. Li Qingshan did not do it to take revenge for her venomous gaze, but because he sensed that demonic aura was beginning to gather in her body. The speed at which a demon commander gathered demonic aura was too fast. A moment of carelessness, and she managed to break free. If she focuses on running away, it'll be difficult to catch her again. I still have a lot of things I haven't done yet. With a thought, Li Qingshan waved his hand, and pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, forming a faint blue sphere that enveloped them perfectly. It immediately blocked out all of the spiritual chi of the world. This was the green ruins illusion that he had imitated from Fu Qingjin. If he wanted to recover his demon chi, he needed to absorb the spiritual chi of the world. However, this move did not have much use as he was trapped inside, so he was unable to absorb the spiritual chi of the world. Under normal circumstances, Helicoverpa-Rosa's next move would have been enough to smash through the cage. But right now, it was perfect. Li Qingshan exhaled in relief and released his grip on the back of Helicoverpa-Rosa's throat. He gently touched her face, sliding down to her collarbone before reaching her creamy white breasts. Now it was time to enjoy the spoils. To Li Qingshan's surprise, Helicoverpa-Rosa did not put up any resistance. Instead, she turned her head away slowly, as if she was afraid of angering him. A sliver of weakness that he had never seen appeared on her bewitching face. "You've won." "Really?" Li Qingshan was filled with joy, but he also felt a hint of disappointment. Looking at the extremely proud Spider Queen submitting herself to him, he felt extremely excited and delighted. However, he still had not unleashed his ruthlessness. "In the past 1,000 years, you're the first person to defeat me, as well as the first person to satisfy me so much. I'm willing to become your woman and bear your powerful children." Helicoverpa-Rosa slowly straightened up and hugged Li Qingshan. Her soft and supple breasts pressed against his hard chest as if they had melted. Her scarlet lips gently kissed Li Qingshan's shoulder, all the way up to his neck. In the sexual intercourse not long ago, she had also kissed him countless times, but she had never been so gentle and submissive. Li Qingshan also seemed to have calmed down the ruthlessness in his heart. He inserted his head into her hair and gently stroked it. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he was enjoying it very much. Helicoverpa-Rosa's kiss became more and more intense, but her expression suddenly changed. She bit down fiercely. Hidden under her delicate red lips were extremely sharp fangs, which contained the most violent venom. As long as she injected all of it into his body at once, it would soon spread to his head. Then she could turn defeat into victory. At least she could escape from this cage and recover some demonic aura to fight again. "I knew you couldn't change your ways. Also, even if you want to be my woman, you don't have the right." Li Qingshan only felt a slight prick on his neck, but his smile did not change. He grabbed the hair behind Helicoverpa-Rosa and tugged viciously. Long before she launched her attack, the Spirit Turtle's demon core had already given her a clear warning. Before she could even inject the venom, Li Qingshan had completely nullified her scheme. All that was left were two faint red dots. "North Moon, I'll definitely kill you. I'll skin you alive. I'll eat your flesh." "Ha ha ha ha, I can understand your perverted mind a little now. Hearing an enemy you can't fight back say something like that, it sure is fucking ridiculous. Let's change to a better posture." Li Qingshan stood up. He pressed the back of Helicoverpa-Rosa's head against the ground and forcefully flipped her around. He looked at her, and her eyes lit up slightly. Unlike her original ferocious form, her human form was extremely beautiful. However, even though they had intercourse countless times, her human form was still extremely beautiful. However, even though she had done it countless times, she had never had the opportunity to admire it from this angle. It was probably because she followed the principle of not showing her back to the enemy. Her round bottom was particularly plump. As she struggled, it rose high, swaying with a ball of white light. Her waist suddenly tightened. It was slender enough to be grasped, even a little exaggerated. The lines of her back were extremely beautiful. Her breasts seemed particularly plump too. Apart from the words devilish figure, There was basically no other suitable description. Li Qingshan grinned. This prize. I like it. If you dare, I'll blow up my demon core. Helicoverpa turned her head around desperately and threatened sternly. Enough. You won't blow up your demon core unless your life is threatened. Don't talk like a human. Even if I really do blow myself up, I'll say it. I won't change it. Li Qingshan laughed madly. Suddenly, he bent down and whispered softly into her ear. Darling, I'm coming. Cobweb City was silent. The night roamers returned carefully like they were treading on thin ice. After confirming there were no auras or sounds, they eased up slightly, but they were still afraid to enter the city. In an empty region of magma and flowing water below Cobweb City, the 6 clans gathered together, discussing softly and softly. Sir North Moon really entered Ma, Spider Queen's residence? Not only did he enter, but looks like he's done for. Looks like we're going to be directly commanded by Ma, Spider Queen again. North Moon. I think he's lost his head from his arrogance. Does he really think he can escape from a demon commander with his life as a mere demon general? He's already become Ma, Spider Queen's delicacy now. Master definitely won't die. Do you stupid women really think you're worthy of guessing Master strength? The night roamers all whispered among themselves, as if they were afraid of breaking the silence of the city. However, the voice was high-spirited and filled with unparalleled confidence. It was like a bolt of lightning that ripped through the dark clouds. Yi Mingzhu leapt up and glanced past every single night roamer sharply. All of the night roamers shut their mouths and gathered their gazes on Yi Liubois. Their gazes were filled with hostility. Yi Liubois, you traitor who takes advantage of others to intimidate others. You've helped North Moon oppress us. We haven't even gotten even with you yet you've actually leapt out now. Are you prepared to atone for your crimes with death? A matriarch said sinisterly. The night roamers all remained silent with sunken faces. For a moment, who knew how many daggers and swords had been drawn? Black figures flickered, ready to merge into the darkness at any time and carry out a fatal assassination. The reason why night roamers were willing to listen to Li Qingshan's orders was not just because they were powerful enough themselves, but because of Helicoverpa's orders. The nature of night roamers made it impossible for them to truly submit to anyone. Betrayal and slaughter were as simple as breathing. Even Yi Liusu had her own pursuits and plans. Only Yi Liubois was absolutely loyal. During Li Qingshan's 3 years of secluded cultivation, the greatest contributor to why the night roamers could offer up so many spiritual herbs was actually not Yi Liusu, but Yi Liubois. She had used Li Qingshan's name many times to force the 6 clans to gather spiritual herbs, and the special favor she received was also the root of jealousy and hatred. Now, only death awaited Li Qingshan. Even if he managed to survive, all he could do was flee. He would never be bold enough to return underground again, much less continue to command them. Many conflicts erupted all at once. Yi Liubois became everyone's target, who knew how many powerful night roamers who had undergone the heavenly tribulation present. If they wanted to claim Yi Liubois' life, they only needed a split second. P.S. Please call me the shameless dreamteller. I'm a soft-hearted and thin-skinned person. I'm only afraid of others being nice to me. Looking at the monthly votes, I'll feel bad if I don't keep updating them. Sure enough, the new year brings a new atmosphere. In the first month of the year, are we going to maintain a ranking in the 20s until the end of the month for the first time in history? All right, I have no objections. If you're bold enough to not vote, then I'm bold enough to write a single chapter. As for why I'm not bold enough to erupt, all I can say is, spare me, great hero. I don't want to stop updating every time I erupt either. Yep, that's fine. Chapter 496. Beneath Cobweb City, after passing through layers of earth and stone, there was a cavern. The cavern did not seem to have been formed naturally. There were no stalactites, only shattered boulders scattered all over the ground. Amidst the rubble was an azure sphere formed from countless hexagons. The sphere was translucent, but it was so hazy that it was impossible to see what was inside, as if a layer of mist had condensed within it. There was a loud thud as a hand struck the sphere. It was the hand of a woman, her fingers long and slender, her palms small and beautiful. But the force it exerted was not weak at all. There was a crisp crack, like the sound of ice cracking, and a crack appeared on the azure sphere. It was easy to imagine that a few more strikes would probably shatter it. The mist dispersed a little, and the woman's face could be vaguely seen. Any man standing here would likely be dumbfounded and gasp in admiration at her appearance. It was a seductive and mature face, possessing an even more bewitching charm than a pure beauty. Even though her face was filled with shame and anger, that lofty arrogance was still clearly discernible. It seemed to have already fused into her temperament, making her seem like a queen. If not for her noble status and great authority, it would have been impossible for her to develop such a temperament. But it also aroused a man's desire to conquer. Her jet-black hair was scattered and messy, but one could still imagine the nobility of her hair. Her thin red lips were frozen in a cruel curve. She was used to issuing orders, but now she was opening and closing her mouth. She spat out a white mist, as if she were cursing and moaning. However, it was blocked by the sphere, and not a single sound could be heard. He tried to look into the sphere again, but it became even more blurry. All he saw was a snow-white human figure. It seemed to be completely naked, and it was indistinctly visible. She seemed to be kneeling on the ground in an extremely indecent manner, her body swaying uncontrollably. The two snow-white masses in front of her were trembling violently, and the two bright red dots below were like two red cherries on the snow, swaying back and forth. One could not help but have all sorts of enchanting thoughts. Thud! There was another loud thud as she exerted all her strength. She clenched her teeth and struck out a second time. The cracks became even larger and denser. It would depend on the situation. With just one more palm strike, he would be able to shatter the sphere and escape from it. Suddenly, two arms reached out from behind her, grabbed her slender waist, and dragged her backwards. She flailed her arms in vain. He struggled, but he was no match for that power. In the blink of an eye, the cracks on the sphere disappeared. Inside the cave, dead silence reigned once more. After an unknown period of time, the azure sphere suddenly disappeared. First, a large amount of white mist spread out, and vaguely, a figure could be seen standing upright, with a head full of fiery red hair. As the mist dispersed, Li Qingshan stretched his body and took a deep breath of the refreshing spiritual qi of heaven and earth. His thoughts were extremely clear, and his heart was incomparably satisfied. If it wasn't for the lack of spiritual energy in the world, he might have broken through the 17 or 18 levels and gone straight to the 9 heavens. However, just now, that feeling was as if he had roamed one round beyond the 9 heavens, and his gaze fell back to the ground. Humph, if you want to eat me, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Helicoverpa Rosa lay on the ground with her eyes firmly shut as if she had lost consciousness. Her snow-white body was drenched in sweat, filled with the marks of lovemaking. Although she struggled very violently in the beginning, Li Qingshan had served her plenty of what she loved the most. Towards the end, she no longer had the strength to resist, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. She was even extremely cooperative, no longer trying to bite him with her venomous fangs when they hugged each other. Obviously, there was no need for her to maintain a safe position the entire time. Of course, Li Qingshan had to admit that was what he loved the most. However, he was unable to tell whether she had lost herself in it, or whether she had the mindset of since I can't resist, I'll just enjoy it, or perhaps it was a combination of both. Oi, mother of the child, stop playing dead. If you keep playing dead, I'll really kill you. Li Qingshan crouched down and patted the cheek behind Helicoverpa rosa. He obviously would not be fooled by this facade, as in the moment the spirit turtle's profound shell was activated, the surging spiritual chi of the world immediately began to gather towards her. Originally, he was just joking, but as soon as he said it, he could not help but think, should I kill her? Right now, Helicoverpa rosa was at her weakest. If he wanted to kill her, now was the perfect time. Once she recovered completely, it would be hard to say who would be the one killing who. With Li Qingshan's current strength, he had basically taken a step into the realm of demon commanders. He could basically sweep through the first heavenly tribulation. Right now, even if all the Foundation establishment cultivators and demon generals of the Clear River Prefecture stood before him, he could deal with them with composure. Even if he encountered demon commanders and golden core cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, protecting himself would not be a problem anymore. However, it was basically impossible for him to emerge victorious. Li Qingshan's victory this time was due to some luck. Helicoverpa rosa had been too careless. Her vicious nature could be described as the main reason for her defeat. If it were not for the fact that she wanted to capture Li Qingshan alive and torture him for fun before eating him raw, she would never have ended up like this. And there was an even deeper reason. After becoming a demon commander, it had already been many years since she had engaged in a battle to the death with someone. Even if he was a natural hunter, if he didn't have a worthy opponent, his combat ability would degenerate, and he wouldn't be able to display his full strength. However, ever since Li Qingshan had used his blade to kill someone for the first time, he had never stopped fighting. In terms of true strength, Li Qingshan was nowhere close to Helicoverpa rosa. As a carapace, she was not a weakling among demon commanders either. Li Qingshan checked the divine talisman of great creation. He had directly used up 30% of the power of belief he had accumulated over all these years, all to replenish his demon chi. He possessed the extraordinary ability, the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression. So the quality of his demon chi did not pale in comparison to demon commanders. After all, it had only been a few years since he underwent the heavenly tribulation. Although he had eaten many spiritual medicines, his accumulation was still extremely weak. If he fought her another 2 times, or even one more time, he would not be able to endure it. If he did not have the divine talisman of great creation to replenish his demon chi, what were his chances of victory? Even if he could barely defeat her, it would be very difficult for him to subdue her like this again. Helicoverpa rosa would never be stupid enough to deplete her demon chi again. If a demon commander wanted to flee, how could he stop her as a mere general? What came next would be endless revenge. He would never dream of getting along with Helicoverpa rosa peacefully after this, unless her hidden interests were stimulated and she basked in the joy of being conquered. It's not like this was some fucking pornographic novel. As the saying went, opportunities only came once. If you dare to kill me, I'll blow up my demon core and drag you down with me. Helicoverpa rosa snapped open her eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. To his surprise, there was no longer any hatred or resentment in her eyes. There was only suffocating coldness and tranquility. Her voice was feeble and slightly hoarse. Li Qingshan instead dared not ignore her threat. He was extremely surprised. He felt that she had become rather different from the Helicoverpa rosa in his memories. Actually, Helicoverpa Rosa was not playing dead. She naively believed she could fool Li Qingshan like that. Instead, she was savoring the lingering charm of their lovemaking and tidying through her thoughts. This matter was naturally a great humiliation to her. However, what made her feel humiliated was not the matter itself. She had no concept of such things. It had nothing to do with love. Reproduction was just the most normal thing in the natural world. What she felt humiliated was that she had been conquered by the weak. If Li Qingshan was a demon king, she would not have resisted at all. This was because in the natural world, the strong naturally had the right to choose their partners. The problem was that Li Qingshan was only a demon general and her subordinate. In a situation where his strength was completely inferior to hers, he had offended her and bullied her as the weak. Her heart was naturally filled with indignation and anger. Li Qingshan would never have imagined that his guess would actually be correct, although it was a humiliation. Helicoverpa Rosa had truly experienced an unprecedented pleasure. This extreme pleasure mixed with pain and helplessness caused a part of her heart that had been numbed by a comfortable life to recover. She seemed to have returned to the past, when she was still a spider. Hunger and threats were everywhere. Torture and slaughter were necessary every day. Otherwise, she would be tortured to death by the cruel nature. The heavy darkness was no longer filled with emptiness and boredom. She had, once again, found the meaning of cultivation. If Li Qingshan knew how important his actions were to her, he would definitely be filled with pride. Perhaps he really would place his hopes on conquering this proud spider queen. Unfortunately, while he had guessed the beginning incorrectly, he had not guessed the ending incorrectly. Helicoverpa Rosa was now prepared to begin a hunt. This was not for revenge, but to carry out the instincts that nature had bestowed upon her to the end. How could I bear to do that? You're the mother of my child. Li Qingshan grinned, as if he was showing weakness, afraid that she would really do this. To a demon that fought for survival from birth, the will to live was deeply ingrained in their instincts. So when he could do as he pleased just now, no matter how loud her threats were, he did not care. But once his life was in danger, he would definitely not underestimate her resolve. A demon commander's self-detonation of a demon core was no joke. This was also because Li Qingshan was not strong enough. If he was also a demon commander, he would be much more confident in protecting himself. Helicoverpa Rosa would not be able to threaten him like this, so using survival to force her to submit was not impossible. However, in Li Qingshan's heart, killing intent instead intensified. His hand slid down from her face and gripped her beautiful, swan-like neck. I feel like she's going to become quite troublesome. It's probably impossible to kill her before she self-detonates her demon core. But if I use that 70% of the power of wish with my tough body, it's not impossible for me to survive. As if a thick layer of dust had been wiped away, Helicoverpa Rosa's sense of danger became extremely acute. Her body immediately tensed up, and the demon core in her body was on the verge of exploding. This was a cold confrontation that could be seen every day in the natural world. When a lion hunted a wild bull, it also had to worry about being killed by the bull's horns. Should I pretend to submit first? No, once I show weakness, it will instead strengthen his resolve. In the natural world, there was a lot of false bravado, but there was no such thing as false submission. The weak would definitely be destroyed. To be continued, proportion. Chapter 497. From the dream within the oppressive confrontation, the spiritual chi of the world surged into Helicoverpa Rosa's body madly. As her demon chi recovered, her physical strength slowly recovered too. Li Qingshan's opportunity to kill her slipped away bit by bit. Finally, Li Qingshan moved, slowly pulling back his hand. Was he going to spare her? Or was this a sign of an attack? Helikoverpa Rosa dared not be careless at all, afraid that he was playing hard to get. Li Qingshan had already come up with a plan. I've even released Fu Qingjin. Yet I'm afraid of her revenge? Yes, when a demon commander goes crazy, a Foundation establishment cultivator who relies on a sword to make a living can't be compared to her. Oh, so I'll release her if the threat is small and kill her if the threat is large? Isn't that just putting on an act and bullying the weak? If it were someone like Fu Qingjin, he would not be able to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon even if he fought for another 1,000,000 years. The path to beyond the 9 heavens would definitely be filled with difficulties and twists. Brother Ox's horrific wounds were still vivid in his mind. Compared to the enemies he would face in the future, Helikoverpa Rosa was nothing. I'll just let this little spider be the cornerstone of my advancement. However, Li Qingshan refused to let Helikoverpa Rosa go just like that. He crossed his legs to one side and smiled. I know you're unconvinced and think I won unfairly. That's not exactly wrong. However, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. I've won this battle. Do you admit it? I admit it. Helikoverpa Rosa said coldly. This had always been the most basic law of the natural world. There was no such thing as fairness or justice. There was only life or death. From today onwards, I no longer listen to your orders. I have half of the underground territory. The demons are yours, and the night roamers are mine. They're my spoils of war. What do you think? Sure, but not half, but the entire territory. From today onwards, your orders are my orders. You can enter and leave my chambers as you please. In human terms, you're my husband. Helikoverpa Rosa said calmly. In the end, there was even a bewitching smile that made people shudder. You want to murder your husband, don't you? Li Qingshan laughed and pointed out her motive. What Helikoverpa Rosa feared the most was that Li Qingshan would run away after doing this. With his ability to hide his aura, she really couldn't find him. With his strength, even if he went to another prefecture, it would be very easy. Thus he set up the bait, just to keep him in this territory. She believed that as long as they fought again, she would definitely be able to kill him. In fact, she was a little restless now. In a short period of time, her demonic aura had recovered a lot. I advise you to wait until you have absolute confidence before challenging me. Next time, I definitely won't be so magnanimous, mother of my child. Li Qingshan pinched Loltha's chin with a smile and shook her head. In order not to make you paranoid and afraid, I won't be able to find you. In case I can't find you, let's make an appointment for our next meeting. Helikoverpa Rosa smiled, her hand gently stroking the plump bosom, afraid that the bait was too small and he wouldn't take the bait. At this time, she had completely changed back to the calm hunter. Now, as one of the rulers of this territory, tell me, what is that thing in the magma? Li Qingshan asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Helikoverpa Rosa's expression suddenly changed. It was uncertain, as if she was considering whether she should answer and how to answer. What do you want to know about me? Before she could even say anything, Li Qingshan's expression changed as well. A tender, old voice directly rang out in his head. This statement might be a little strange, but it was his most real feeling. The voice was as young as a baby's first cry after leaving his mother's womb, and as old as the last words of an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Li Qingshan's whole body trembled. Could this be? This place is at least hundreds of miles away from the underground. But he immediately calmed down and asked, "Who are you?" "That's not important. What's important is, who are you?" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. The voice continued, Forget it, that's not important. Then what's important? Where are you going? Don't tell me, you still want to ask me where I come from. Li Qingshan smiled. The moment he opened his mouth, he asked the three ultimate questions of life. Could this guy be a security guard buried deep underground? The voice was silent. It was unknown whether Li Qingshan was right or not. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "My name is North Moon. I come from where I come and go to where I come." This sentence is profound. Are you a human or a demon? In fact, what Li Qingshan wanted to figure out the most was not this, but whether he was a friend or a foe. Helicoverpa Rosa obviously knew him. Logically speaking, they should be on the same side, but Helicoverpa Rosa did not ask him for help even at the moment of life and death. And he could clearly sense everything that was happening here, but he just stood by and did nothing. Are you really North Moon? Are you a human or a demon? Li Qingshan was still smiling, but the smile in his eyes had faded. Could it be that he saw something? His identity as a half-human and half-demon could be said to be his biggest secret. Once it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was an ordinary guy, Li Qingshan would have the heart to silence him. However, the baby underground was obviously not someone he could silence. Maybe he's not sure. That's why he asked. Maybe he's just testing me. I can't panic. Forget it, that's not important. Li Qingshan was thinking about how to answer when the voice interrupted him again, making him very unhappy. Then what's important? As soon as the words left Li Qingshan's mouth, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. As expected, the voice immediately replied, "Didn't I tell you? Where are you going?" "Where I'm going is none of your business." "It's none of my business because we're going to the same place." "Then tell me where I'm going?" "Up in the sky." "How do you know?" Li Qingshan was shocked. "From the first time I saw you, I knew that your ambition was not small. A frog at the bottom of a well. Didn't you cultivate all your life just to climb the edge of the well and see the world outside?" The voice was calm and gentle, without much intonation. Suddenly, it became impassioned and had an unparalleled heroic spirit. He humbly called himself a frog at the bottom of a well, but Li Qingshan immediately knew that he was not an ordinary person. Looking at the 9 provinces as a well, being embarrassed and unable to relax, was there anything more heroic than this? There was another layer of meaning that Li Qingshan did not understand. Although the frog was lowly, in this well, it could also be called a king. There were no natural enemies. "You're right, we're going the same way. I also want to go above the 9 heavens." Li Qingshan felt a bit more respect. His tone became much more polite, but he still only recognized each other as fellow cultivators. There was no difference in status, and he would not bow and scrape. This was the pride that oxen gave him. He would not lower his head to anyone. Li Qingshan roughly understood the meaning of the voice. The so-called heaven was the goal of all cultivators, to break through the shackles of this world and go to a higher and further world. It was not that he knew about the agreement between him and oxen. I was wrong. The voice fluctuated again, full of surprise. What was wrong? Did I say something wrong? Li Qingshan was confused. I still underestimated you. Above the 9 heavens, Sai, this goal, even for me, it's too far out of reach. I won't even think about it. Aren't we talking about the same place? Above the 9 heavens, is it very far? Although Li Qingshan had mentioned these 4 words many times, he actually did not have a specific concept. He was only at the first stage of the heavens tribulation. It was still too early to think about this. It was more important to cultivate down to earth. But when he met someone who knew the path, he could not help but ask where the destination of this dream was. Far. Hee hee. I just want to climb out of the well, but you want to fly to the sky. Is it really that difficult? Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. This comparison was too exaggerated. How deep could the well be? And how far was the earth from the sky? No, no, no. This description is a bit too simple. If it's just flying to the sky, I also have some hope. As long as I continue, it's not impossible for a frog to turn into a bird. But you want to turn into a star. What a great ambition. In the entire 9 continents, out of billions of creatures, I'm afraid you are the only one who has such a dream. The voice was full of curiosity, as if it was wondering why Li Qingshan would have such an unrealistic idea. I will wait for you above the 9 heavens, waiting for the day when we can stand side by side. Oxen's words before he left echoed in Li Qingshan's mind. It was not until now that he realized what it meant. Li Qingshan was silent. He had naively thought that he was only carrying a mountain. What, are you scared? I was overthinking. It seems like you just added the word 9 heavens. Too much bullshit. Let me ask you again. You want to go to the sky too, right? The voice seemed to be relieved, but also a little disappointed. Did Brother Niu add 2 more words? The answer was obvious. No. Li Qingshan's answer was also the same. No, I want to go above the 9 heavens. He raised his head and laughed arrogantly, his face beaming brightly. On a certain day, a frog was jumping at the bottom of a well, exercising its legs and feet, looking forward to the moment it jumped out of the well. At this time, a little tadpole came over and said, "Frog, frog, I want to turn into a star." The frog patiently told the little tadpole, "The stars are very far away. Moreover, tadpoles can't turn into stars. I think you are very confident in turning into a frog." The little tadpole thought for a while. "Okay, then I will first turn into a frog, and then a star." The frog was speechless. Li Qingshan's majestic posture suddenly became weary. He scratched his head in distress. But what kind of place is above the 9 heavens? Hey, you look like you know a lot about it. Tell me about it. We can probably travel together. I don't know what kind of place it is. I only heard that it is the center of the boundless universe, the home of gods and Buddhas. It seems like asking you is a waste of time. But as long as I go up step by step, I probably won't get lost. It was not until a long time later that Li Qingshan understood that the word 9 in the 9 heavens was not a quantifier, but an adjective. 9, the extreme of numbers, had infinite meaning. If you really want to go, I can give you a hand. But you have to do me a small favor first. The Legend of the Great Sage 13 _ The Legend of the Great Sage free reading _ chapter 13. Place of Dreams updated. Chapter 498. What small favor? Li Qingshan could basically tell that the infant did not hold much hostility towards him. This so-called small favor was probably the main reason why he had suddenly appeared. Do you know about the Chan Monastery of Devanaga? Who in the Green Province doesn't know? The Chan Monastery of Devanaga has a cultivation method called the Chant of Devanaga. Yeah, that's the supreme cultivation method of their sect. And then, there's no then. You just have to find the Chant of Devanaga for me. This is the small favor you were talking about. You want me, a demon general, to go to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga to steal their supreme cultivation method? Li Qingshan smiled. If I had that ability, would I still be wasting my breath on you? I'd do Helicoverpa Rosa 100 times right now. This is much easier than going beyond the 9 heavens. You don't have to turn me down in such a hurry. Why don't you listen to what I can help you with? What? The phoenix's feather. Li Qingshan was alarmed. He had obtained the phoenix's scripture of Nerva a long time ago, but his cultivation had never been smooth. If he could obtain the phoenix's feather, perhaps it would be an opportunity. It might even be able to increase the power of the phoenix transformation. How do I know whether you're telling the truth or not? You can verify it with me after you obtain the Chan of Devanaga. The voice receded like the tide, becoming distant. You're only using a feather to exchange for the supreme cultivation method of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Aren't you a little too stingy? Since you want it so much, why don't you take it yourself? I have my troubles. The voice became more and more distant. Why don't you give me the phoenix's feather first? It'll increase my cultivation a little, and I'll have a little more confidence too. I await your assistance, fellow traveler. The voice reverberated through the air before gradually vanishing. Helicoverpa Rosa was talking to Li Qingshan afterwards. Seeing him suddenly become stunned, she pulled away from Li Qingshan in a flash and waved her hand. All the silk and web gathered towards her, layering and weaving together, turning into a tight-fitting garment that wrapped around her. Of course, it was not because of any sense of shame. The clothes woven from the tough spider webs were the best armor. I still don't know who you are. After a while, Li Qingshan came back to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he was still a little confused. When he saw Helicoverpa Rosa's outfit, he was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by that? Fishing net? Do you want me to help you take it off again? The spider silk was transparent to begin with, although the layers were intertwined. It was as if she was wearing a layer of thick gauze. Her skin was faintly discernible, and there was a large net on the outside. Her attire was even more alluring than when she was naked. Why don't you give it a try? Helicoverpa Rosa said with a smile. Her demonic energy had already recovered by 10%. Don't think that it was just 10%. Now, even if Li Qingshan were to go all out, he would not hesitate to use up the remaining power of will. It was impossible for him to capture her again. There will be plenty of opportunities. My mother. Then I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. He flapped his wings of wind and leapt off. Helicoverpa Rosa clenched her fists and felt her heart ease up slightly. Li Qingshan no longer asked about the infant's identity, so she was happy not to answer him. Little did she know that they had already carried out a conversation. If she knew that the infant referred to Li Qingshan as a fellow traveler, in the end, she would definitely be so surprised that her jaw would drop. Afterwards, she would reconsider her attitude towards Li Qingshan. Yi Lai Xiang, you're bold enough to attack me, but I'm bold enough not to fight back. Once Master returns, he'll naturally slaughter you all and avenge me. In Cobweb City, under the watchful gazes of the night roamers, Yi Liubo was fearless, mocking the matriarch of the Bat Shadow clan loudly. Do you really believe he can return? He. Yi Lai Xiang let out a nervous laugh. The 6 clans had never been on good terms, and the grievances between the Bat Shadow clan and the Spider Shadow clan ran extremely deep. Ever since Li Qingshan ascended to the position of matriarch, the one that benefited the most was the Spider Shadow clan, while the status of the Bat Shadow clan rapidly declined. Their grievances were suppressed in their hearts, constantly fermenting. Yu Liubo said, "Humph, even if the entire Bat Shadow clan dies, he won't die." Yi Lai Xiang fiddled around with a snake-shaped dagger in her hand and sneered. "All right, then stop hiding. Let's see whether he can avenge you or not. Does the Bat Shadow clan want to declare war?" Yi Liusu stood out from the crowd. "So what if we do? You're just a junior, yet you're bold enough to point fingers at me? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to unite the night roamers and become the matriarch yourself. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Without the support of the North Moon, you're nothing." Yi Lai Xiang said sternly. Over the past few years, Yi Liusu had constantly gathered the night roamers who were unwilling to fight among themselves from underground, constantly shaking up the foundations of a few clans. She had offended a few clans even more deeply than Yi Liubois. With Yi Lai Xiang taking the lead, the gazes of the other matriarchs became unfathomable. Yi Liusu frowned slightly. She could clearly sense icy cold killing intent locking onto her from somewhere. The atmosphere immediately sank to rock bottom, as if they had returned to the past, when the night roamers were at war with one another. Yi Mingzhu stood forward and said, "I'd advise you to calm down. Liusu is working hard for our entire race. You've all seen the results of the past few years, haven't you? If we work together and let go of our differences, it'll benefit all of us." Benefit? Yi Mingzhu, you want your daughter to ride roughshod over us, don't you? Then you better think it through. Yi Liusu, Yi Liubois, has betrayed Ma, Spider Queen, and attached herself to the rebellious North Moon. Her crimes cannot be forgiven. If we work together and destroy them now, it'll be a great service. If you want to protect them, we'll destroy your entire Spider Shadow clan as well. As she said that, Yi Lai Xiang constantly exchanged glances with the other matriarchs and communicated with them. Finally, they reached a temporary agreement. It was obviously not for the sake of serving the Spider Queen, but for the tremendous resources in Yi Liusu's hands. Silently, a few orders were passed down. The powerful night roamers of the 5 clans surrounded Yi Liusu, Yi Liubois, and so on. Yi Mingzhu considered it before waving her hand too. The elders and powerful members of the Spider Shadow clan also became a part of the encirclement, but they were the furthest away, only on the outskirts. The personal guards under Yi Liusu's lead formed a circle with their backs against each other. They looked around cautiously, but they were rather hesitant, as they came from clans in the first place. Apart from Yi Liusu and Yi Liubois, the others have only been deceived. It's not too late for you to return to your clans, or you'll suffer the same fate as these 2 traitors. Yi Lai Xiang became more complacent. She believed that as long as she said the word, her daughter would return to her side again. The other matriarchs called out too, summoning the princesses they had sent to serve as spies. They all thought, if we lose this power, the organization that Yi Liusu has built up after so much effort will immediately collapse. It's funny how she actually thinks she's in control. However, to everyone's surprise, while many of them wavered and hesitated, no one stepped forward immediately and returned to their clans. Unknowingly, Yi Liusu had used her ideals and true feelings to influence everyone around her. The corner of Yi Liusu's lips curled slightly, as if she was rather relieved. She looked back and nodded, saying sincerely, "Thank you. The situation is dire right now. Master's fate is uncertain, but I believe he'll definitely return. However, I don't want to force others to take the risk with me. No matter who wants to return to their clans, I won't stop them. If you can survive because of this, it won't be a waste for us sisters." A tall female night roamer went up and wrapped her arm around Yi Liusu's shoulder. She smiled. "Honestly speaking, although I call North Moon Master, he's never given me pleasure in bed, so I don't trust him either. However, I trust you, Yi Liusu." Another night roamer said, "If Master doesn't return, we'll establish another clan. Liusu, you can be the matriarch. We obey North Moon because we obey Ma Spider Queen's orders. What does his rebelliousness have to do with us? I refuse to believe Ma Spider Queen can't tell right from wrong." Yi Liusu's heart warmed up. She was touched for some reason, leaving her speechless. Yi Laixiang said furiously, "Yi Liusu, no matter how glib your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today. If you want her life, you'll have to kill me first." An icy cold voice rang out. The cold-faced Yi Liuxing stood out with the others, entering the encirclement. She gazed at Yi Liusu deeply as indescribable emotions filled her eyes. There was a hint of gentleness in her voice, too. "I'll leave the Spider Shadow clan and join you." Yi Liubu saw all of this and felt happy for Yi Liusu from the bottom of her heart. She thought, "Sister, this is where your charm lies. Master was right. You're special." Not only did she fail to make Yi Liusu's organization collapse under her persuasion, but it even boosted her momentum instead. The matriarchs were all stunned. Were they really night roamers? Where did their cold and suspicious temperament go? After the surprise, they felt an even greater threat. They secretly made up their minds. No, this Yi Liusu has to be eliminated, or she might actually be able to unite the clan. Liuxing, I don't think there's any need for you to leave the Spider Shadow clan, as from now onwards, Yi Liusu will be the new matriarch of the Spider Shadow clan. Yi Mingzhu smiled, but she felt rather reluctant inside. This was an opportunity to strengthen the Spider Shadow clan. If the two organizations merged, the Spider Shadow clan would surpass the other 5 clans. There might even be a chance for them to unite the clan. They had gone from fighting 1 against 6 to fighting 2 against 5. It seemed like there was still a difference, but in the past few years, both Yi Liusu and the Spider Shadow clan had built up a very deep foundation with Li Qingshan's favor. They had countless talismans and puppets. If they actually fought, they might not necessarily lose. Yi Liusu said in surprise and joy, "Yes, mother." "Liusu, this is all I can help you with." Yi Mingzhu nodded slightly and smiled bitterly inside. She had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse to have a daughter who stood out from the masses. However, from a different perspective, if Yi Liusu was as heartless as the other night roamers, Yi Mingzhu would never have passed the authority of matriarch to her even if she was her own daughter. At this moment, the Spider Shadow clan was on the outside, while Yi Liusu and the others were on the inside, forming a pincer attack instead. The two sides faced off. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. "Yi Mingzhu, are you determined to betray Ma, Spider Queen, and support the rebel North Moon?" Yi Lixiang said coldly. "The rebel North Moon? Are you talking about me?" Everyone looked back and saw a figure with drifting, scarlet hair standing in front of the city gates. His scarlet eyes shone like fire as he gazed over coldly. Chapter 499. Master! Yi Liubu cheered. Yi Liusu let out a sigh of relief as well. Even she experienced a sense of joy and ease. It was as if as long as he was around, he could deal with any problem no matter how great. He actually managed to return alive. However, the Spider Queen will never change her habits. He must have used some sort of trick and managed to escape alive. He definitely won't be able to remain underground anymore, let alone continue leading them. Yi Lixiang's expression changed abruptly. Thinking of that, she composed herself and said, "So what if I'm talking about you? North Moon, do you think you can still throw your weight around like before? You've betrayed Ma, Spider Queen, so you're the enemy of all night roamers right now. Let's work together and take him down. Ma, Spider Queen, will definitely reward us when she returns. Anyone who's still in cahoots with him is a true traitor. Once Ma, Spider Queen arrives, they'll all die a horrible death." Yi Lixiang knew she had already offended Li Qingshan to death. She was afraid he would kill her out of anger. So she struck first and pulled in all the night roamers with her. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, it was impossible for him to directly take on several dozen powerful night roamers who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. She changed the topic. "Yi Liusu, what else do you have to say? Are you loyal to Ma Spider Queen, or are you loyal to this traitor?" Yi Liusu furrowed her brows and sank into even greater distress. Just now, she could say she had only obeyed him because of Helicoverpa Rosa's orders, but now that he had appeared again, this reason was useless. She had to make a choice. Everyone's gazes gathered on Yi Liusu once again. Li Qingshan had already been here for a while. He could hear everyone arguing from afar. As a result, he listened in secret to see who was bold enough to speak ill of him behind his back. Just when the matter was about to escalate, it had settled down just now. Originally, he planned on killing Yi Lixiang right away as a warning to others. Seeing this, he was in no hurry to strike. That was because he was very curious just what choice Yi Liusu would make. Actually, he also understood that if he wanted his subordinates to be loyal, it was best if he did not give them the opportunity to betray him. However, Yi Liusu was not just a subordinate to him. If she chose to betray him, Li Qingshan could understand that. After all, she had her own ideals and pursuits. It was not strange for her to make a choice like that. Of course, there would obviously be a punishment afterwards. Of course, there would obviously be a punishment afterwards. Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to kill her. In fact, he could even let her continue in her position after he punished her. However, she would only be a convenient tool. Naturally, the gift was ruined, since she only treated him as a tool to achieve her goals. Then what did her dreams have to do with him? It was precisely because there was more to be given that there was anticipation. Yi Liusu's delicate face was filled with a struggle. She had no other choice in this matter. If she continued to stand by his side, there would be no place for her in this region anymore. All she could do was flee to somewhere else with him. Everything she had built up over the years would go down the drain, and she might even lose her life. If it were regular night roamers, it would probably be a very easy choice to make. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But she couldn't, not to mention that the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure was of great significance to her. Sister, we cannot betray our master. There is no master. How can we have today? Yi Liubo grabbed Yi Liusu's hand and said anxiously, "Bitch, shut up. He's not a master. He's a traitor," Yi Liuxing said coldly. Yi Liusu looked at Yi Mingzhu hesitantly, hoping to get help from her mother's wisdom. Yi Mingzhu only said, "Liusu, I believe you will make the right choice." His words were ambiguous. It seemed that he was trying to persuade Yi Liusu to betray him immediately, but it also seemed to mean the opposite. That was because she was actually rather undecided. It was not that she was truly loyal to Li Qingshan. Instead, she could sense Li Qingshan's unusually relaxed attitude. North Moon should be thinking about fleeing as far as possible right now. How can he just watch from the sidelines so easily? Has the situation changed? Has the Spider Queen decided to spare him? But that's impossible. Yi Mingzhu was rather undecided too, so all she could do was let Yi Liusu make the choice herself. "Why aren't you fleeing? Are you waiting for me?" Yi Liusu gazed at Li Qingshan from afar. His gaze seemed to be filled with deep eagerness. He touched her lips gently. The kiss was still warm, reaching deep into her heart. It was said that people could no longer be judged rationally when they were in love. It really was true. She sighed softly and said resolutely, "Looks like I'm not a suitable commander after all. I can't shoulder the heavy responsibility of being the mistress, and I'm not fit to lead my sisters. From now on, Yi Liusu is still Yi Liusu." It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She couldn't tell if she was relieved or disappointed. She pulled Yi Liubo's hand and walked towards Li Qingshan. She looked into his scarlet eyes calmly and thought to herself, "Everything I've gained because of you, I'll lose because of you. It's not worth regretting." Li Qingshan returned her smile. He felt much better and said quietly, You won't regret the choice you've made today. Stop them, Yi Xiang ordered sternly. She wasn't confident that she could kill North Moon, but she was very confident that she could kill them. The outcome was set. When Spider Queen returned, she would be the first hero. Just as she thought about how complacent she was, she felt her throat tighten. Her eyes widened in disbelief as fear filled her face. Before anyone could even make out what had happened, Li Qingshan had already arrived in front of Yi Xiang. He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up gently. Only then did the other night roamers return to their senses. Afterwards, they were all stunned, revealing the same expression of disbelief as Yi Xiang. Underground, everyone knew about Yi Xiang's strength. She was one of the strongest among the 6 matriarchs. In human terms, she was late foundation establishment. This was also why Yi Xiang was bold enough to provoke Li Qingshan. Yet now, Yi Xiang was unable to put up any resistance at all. She had been subdued by Li Qingshan. No one had actually grasped his movements. They all felt a deep chill inside. If his target had been them, or anyone else present, no one would have been able to escape. And if he wanted to go on a killing spree, who could stop him? In this region, probably only the Spider Queen possesses such speed. It's no wonder he managed to escape. Yi Mingzhu thought, might he be master? Yi Liubu cheered and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. Then she cried out, "Be careful, master!" A curved shadow swept past, shooting towards Li Qingshan's throat. It was the dagger in Yi Xiang's hand that was curved like a snake. It flickered with a dark light, clearly carrying poison. Her attack was secretive and vicious, well versed in the way of assassination. At the same time, her body gradually thinned, as if she wanted to turn into a shadow and escape from Li Qingshan's grasp. However, these struggles were destined to be futile. The dagger fell powerlessly halfway through. Yi Xiang returned to normal. Her face was filled with shock. The power of tremors filled her body, producing a series of crackles and cracks. She was tossed onto the ground by Li Qingshan and immediately collapsed, unable to move. "Master, let's go." Yi Liusu arrived beside Li Qingshan and advised softly. She was already prepared to flee with him. Perhaps this outcome was not too bad after all. "Go. Go where?" Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around Yi Liusu's waist. The warmth in his eyes made her rejoice over her choice for some reason. She also seemed to understand something and asked about it. Li Qingshan announced loudly, "I've already defeated the Spider Queen. From today onwards, I am the only ruler of the night roamers." This statement was even more shocking than the great strength he had demonstrated just now, echoing through the cavern. The surroundings fell silent. "That's impossible. How could you defeat Ma and Spider Queen?" Yi Xiang screamed. That was what all the night roamers were thinking too. To them, Helicoverpa Rosa was like a god. She was undefeatable and irresistible. Even Yi Liusu and Yi Liubu were stunned. They stared at Li Qingshan like they did not know him. Li Qingshan tilted his head and listened carefully. He smiled. Doesn't seem to be a rebuttal. He grew serious. "Looks like I'm not the traitor. You are." Before Yi Xiang could say anything, a breath blew from his finger. It twisted and spun, piercing her head and leaving behind a hole. Afterwards, he stowed the corpse away in his 100 treasures pouch. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A matriarch had been crushed to death like a bug. Although Li Qingshan only had a foot in Demon Commander, killing an opponent like that had already become extremely easy. The difference between major realms of cultivation had always been even greater than the difference between humans and insects. Humans might not necessarily be able to catch insects, but for an opponent like Yi Lai Xiang. As long as she was within Li Qingshan's range of vision, she was basically dead. At this moment, Demon Qi rose up from underground, entering the top floor of Cobweb City. Everyone was familiar with the Demon Qi. Helicoverpa Rosa had returned. However, apart from that, she did nothing else. She completely ignored everything that happened in front of Cobweb City, as if she was indirectly confirming Li Qingshan's words. Do you have any other objections? Our Spider Shadow clan is willing to serve Sir North Moon as our master. We are willing to serve him as a servant, and we will be at his beck and call. Yi Mingzhu finally returned to her senses. She stepped forward and bowed. He could even defeat Ma, Spider Queen. Just how powerful was he? Had he already become a demon commander? Although she obeyed Li Qingshan in the past, she had never regarded herself as his servant. At most, she was a subordinate and a superior. But now, she led her entire clan in serving him as her master, willing to serve him as a servant. The other 4 matriarchs followed closely behind her. They no longer refused to accept this at all. They submitted to this absolute power. The other night roamers erupted with her too, bowing towards him with great respect. Even the Bat Shadow clan that had just lost their matriarch was no different. However, Li Qingshan said, "You're wrong." Yi Mingzhu said, "Please explain. Sir, were you wrong?" Li Qingshan said, "From today onwards, there will no longer be clans among night roamers. I will be your only master. Yi Liusu, heed my orders." Although he said that, seriously, he had no intentions of letting go of Yi Liusu. All she could do was say in his arms, "Yes, from today onwards, you'll be in charge of organizing them. If anyone has any problems, get them to come find me. I'll be responsible for resolving them." Li Qingshan smiled. What was resolved obviously would not be a problem. To be continued. Chapter 500, Biographies of the Great Sage 16. The full text of Biographies of the Great Sage is free to read. Chapter 16, Ru Xian's story came from in the past. Li Qingshan would never have been able to give such an unreasonable order. He could not just kill the matriarch of a clan with a sensitive identity either. It would not be good if he provoked a backlash from the night roamers. Member login. However, he had the confidence and the right to do so now. All of this originated from his own strength. Only absolute strength gave him absolute authority. There was no need for him to resort to trickery or scheming at all. Those who followed him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. Violence could not resolve everything, mostly because it was not strong enough. In the past, Helicoverpa Rosa wanted them to split up and fight, so they had to split up and fight. Now, Li Qingshan wanted them to unite, so they had to unite. Yi Liusu's expression changed a few times. At first, she was overjoyed. Not only did she not have to flee, but she had gained even more. Her great undertaking of uniting under one banner had been easily accomplished with a single word from him. Only afterwards did she feel slightly afraid. If she really had followed the ancient laws of the night roamers and betrayed him, then she would have lost everything. Most importantly, she would have lost his heart forever. She would never be able to receive such warmth and protection again. When she thought of that, she could not help but lean a little closer to him. It was an extremely rare occasion for her to show Li Qingshan her delicate side. After this, their hearts had become even closer. However, without absolute strength, it would have been difficult for someone as proud and determined as her to behave like this even when she was deeply in love. "Thank you for your gift." Yi Liusu raised her delicate face. Her starry eyes flickered with light. "That's not my gift." Even Li Qingshan himself had never thought that after defeating Helicoverpa Rosa, he would force her to sign an agreement with him. Originally, he planned on using this opportunity to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon and then flee. By then, with his strength, it would not be difficult for him to fight for a piece of territory on the surface and sign a non-aggression pact with the 100 schools of thought. He would basically be helping Yi Liusu realize her dream of returning the night roamers to the surface. He looked at Yi Liusu curiously. Li Qingshan smiled, but didn't say anything. He was prepared to give her a surprise when the time came. "I'll go back to the territory first and take care of the rest. I'll leave it to you." Li Qingshan lightly patted Yi Liusu's perky buttocks and released her. In the past, he would never do such a thing. He had let her look down on him for no reason, but now it seemed very natural. Yes, Yi Liusu felt dizzy, but she kept a straight face and pretended that nothing had happened. Li Qingshan felt that it was very interesting. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely tease her. "Lady Spider Queen, North Moon welcomes your challenge anytime." Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan turned to face Cobweb City and said in a clear voice. After that, he no longer cared about anything else. He unfurled his wings of wind and brought Yi Liubo with him as he tore through the air. "Will Lady Spider Queen deal with Big Sister?" A fierce wind whistled past, causing the cave to rapidly distort and change. Yi Liubo couldn't see clearly, so she simply retracted her gaze and stared at his face. In his arms, she could only hear the wind, but couldn't feel the slightest breeze. This kind of feeling made her feel intoxicated. But then she began to worry about Yi Liusu. Seeing how she still respectfully called Lady Helicoverpa Lady in this deserted place, it was clear that she was very dignified. Li Qingshan didn't ask her to change the way she addressed her. It was always right to have a little respect for the strong. Probably not. "She can't wait to have such a tie to keep me here." Li Qingshan already had a general understanding of Lady Helicoverpa temperament. After she returned to being a predator, she would focus all of her attention on him, patiently waiting for a fatal blow. She definitely wouldn't do something harmful, just to vent her anger. After a while, they returned to the territory. Yi Liubo was still clinging to him like a koala, unwilling to come down. "Oh, right. What kind of reward do you want?" Li Qingshan smiled. Yi Liusu's complete surrender had pleasantly surprised him, and this girl's performance had never disappointed him either. "What do you think?" Yi Liubo pouted and rubbed against him. "Let's just forget about it for today." Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. After the great battle with Lady Helicoverpa, even if he had an enormous desire, it had completely vanished. If he hadn't been completely satisfied, he would never have let go of Helicoverpa. Even without the spirit turtle's profound shell, he was a little like an old monk meditating, his heart as still as water. "Oh." Yi Liubo was immediately disappointed, but she would not go against his wishes. She struggled to hide her resentment. "It's a little too rushed right now. I'll wait for you to prepare. When the time comes, Li Qingshan whispered into her ear, comforting this loyal and cute little pet of his. Afterwards, he left behind his mirror clone and left the underground in a hurry. He had been gone for so long, so he wondered if anything had happened on the other side. Little and must have grown impatient from waiting. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was indeed somewhat connected to him. Stealing their signature technique was basically impossible. Even if he underwent another heavenly tribulation, he had no confidence at all. The chant of Devanaga would probably end up with little, and did the strange infant underground, the frog at the bottom of the well, sense the existence of a sliver of opportunity because of this? Helicoverpa challenge would arrive very soon. It was fine if she did not fight, but once she did, it would definitely be a killing blow. Everything Li Qingshan possessed right now was built on this victory. If he lost, not only would it be him, but Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu who depended on him as well. Only by obtaining the phoenix feather and reaching the first layer of the phoenix transformation could he increase his chances slightly. Letting Helicoverpa live obviously meant leaving behind a huge problem. However, it also forced him to constantly think of ways to increase his strength. He dared not slack off at all. And, looking at the outcome, this choice was still relatively correct. If he really did kill her, the strange infant underground probably would not just stand by and watch. The death of a demon commander was no small matter either. It was hard to say how the leader of all demons of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea, would react. Thinking about how the Sword Collection Palace was still brooding over the soaring dragon elder's death after so many years. They refused to let the matter go. The best outcome would be for another demon commander to take over this territory, which would only lead to endless possibilities and make the situation even more unpredictable. Instead of that, he would be better off keeping the situation under his control. Li Qingshan slowly tidied up the situation. He was filled with lofty aspirations, showing no fear or cowering back at all. Come, no matter how many times it is, I will defeat you viciously, and then do it all over again. Li Qingshan returned to the Chain Mountains silently, but little, and was no longer in the dwelling. Could it be that something had happened? However, the 8 Gates formation of Golden Locks was unscathed, and with her current strength, the only person who could threaten her in the Clear River Prefecture was Helicoverpa. Just as he was wondering about this, a neighbor arrived. Li Qingshan activated the formation and invited Ru Xian into the dwelling. You finally returned. Did your trip go smoothly? Ru Xian studied the extremely spacious dwelling and became even more confident in her judgment. If he was a regular cultivator, why would he make such an extravagant dwelling? Perhaps it was intentional or not, but there were still a few strange, huge claw marks on the floor of the dwelling. That was not all of the suspicious points. It was no wonder that little and refused to let those people in. Otherwise, anyone would find it rather strange. She only glanced at it hurriedly before shifting her gaze back to the mysterious man before her. At first glance, he was no different from the last time they met. His aura was the same too. However, his bearing had changed. He had become even more spirited, confident, and filled with fighting spirit. She only sensed that he had become stronger. It's all right. Do you know where little and went? Li Qingshan did not try to hide anything. Their relationship had already reached a level where they could understand each other without saying anything. Perhaps it was because he had become pure, but when he saw Ru Xian again, his lust faded even more. He treasured their friendship even more. Even though he harbored the great ideal of obtaining the greatest beauty in the world as his wife, beauties were common, but confidants were rare. The Annihilum Light Chan master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga has come, but she won't let him in, so all we can do is return to the 100 schools of thought together. The Annihilum Light Chan master. Tell me what's going on. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. The strange infant underground really was quite powerful. As the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Annihilum Light Chan master definitely knew the chant of Devanaga. Wouldn't it work if he passed it on to Little and exchanged it for the phoenix feather? Sure, a spiritual stone for each word. That was already 30 words earlier. In consideration of our friendship, I'll just treat that as a free gift. Ru Xian extended her hand like it was a matter of course. Our friendship, sure, is valuable. To his surprise, Ru Xian frowned and began to think. It was as if she was seriously considering their friendship. Suddenly, her brows eased up again. Actually, we don't really have a friendship. Hand over the spiritual stones. Or I refuse to answer the following questions. Am I the novelist, or are you the novelist? Are your stories worth that much? 55 spiritual stones. Oh, no, it's 61. And I have to add that it's 68. No, it's, you damned woman. You've even included the previous sentence. And you're still counting? You think you can get a word count by talking to yourself? Do you want to hear it or not? All right, tell me. Li Qingshan would never give her a single spiritual stone. Please settle the accounts first. Li Qingshan exhaled and directly tossed over a large pile of spiritual stones. Ru Xin did not hold back at all. She accepted the spiritual stones with a smile and said, "A very, very long time ago, a few days at most. You think you're so smart. Do you know what I'm going to say? A very, very long time ago, there was a child called Chu Tian. He was the reincarnation of a celestial being. He was smart and kind. Just pretend I didn't say those words. I won't charge you and saved you 4 spiritual stones. Hee hee my ass. You have to charge for this sentence, right? It's already more than 20 words. That's right. After Li Qingshan completely understood Chu Tian's appearance, figure, and family background, he finally heard Ru Xin say that Chu Tian had succeeded in building his foundation and came to Mount Lian to challenge him. He could not help but focus. At that moment, the story came to an abrupt end. You've used up all your spiritual stones. If you still want to listen, please continue paying. The complete text of the Great Sage Free Reading _Chapter 16, Ru Xian's story was finished. Chapter 5:01. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and opened his eyes. He had even been angered by the Spider Queen, so he wanted to get back at her. The tiger demon's malice had already merged with his bones. Just a sliver of it was enough to frighten mortals to death if they saw it. Even cultivators would feel their hearts skip a beat and feel some fear. However, Ru Xian only sipped her tea calmly. She did not take Li Qingshan's actions seriously at all. The corner of her lips even seemed to curl into a complacent smile. When they clashed verbally, victory had always been achieved by infuriating the other party. Now, she had basically won this round, so she was overjoyed. Li Qingshan ground his teeth. He really did have a way with her. Even a vicious tiger could not unleash its claws and fangs on a friend. And while he said he was angry, he actually felt a rare sense of peace and tranquility inside. As he sipped his tea and listened to her rambling story, the shadow from underground seemed to recede from him bit by bit. In a daze, he was no longer the moon devil. He recovered some of his human instincts. His tense heartstrings eased up too. If she was just some random person trying to scam him out of his spiritual stones, that would depend on whether they had the life to spend it or not. In order to listen to the full story, all Li Qingshan could do was top up obediently. Ru Xian smiled. Thank you for your patronage. If it's too much, it won't be refunded. But if it's too little, I'll have to make it up to you. Fortunately, after Ru Xian's scheme succeeded, she did not purposefully drag out the story. She told him everything in a simple manner. Even with that being the case, she still managed to earn almost 10,000 spiritual stones. That bastard really doesn't know what's good for him, Li Qingshan said, casually. He did not take it too seriously. A clown like him was no longer worth his attention. More importantly, the Annihilum Light Chan master actually wanted to take Little and to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Although Li Qingshan had planned to accompany Little, and the timing was a little off. The journey to the Chan monastery of Devanaga definitely could not be completed in just a few days. 3 to 5 years would be considered fast. The issue was that he had just established a foundation in the Clear River Prefecture. He had yet to reap the fruits of his labor. It would be a pity if he left now. Now, he had forcefully unified the night roamers. Collecting spiritual grasses would no longer be like paying tribute like before. Instead, they would be plundering directly. Their harvest would definitely be greater than what they had collected in the past few years. Much, much more. Moreover, he could make full use of the underground resources. He could try to make long-term deals with the 100 schools of thought. The income would definitely be considerable, even though ordinary pills were useless to him. However, as long as he accumulated enough spiritual stones, he could go to the Rui Commandery or even better places. He refused to believe he couldn't buy suitable pills there. It was like a farmer who had worked hard and shed a lot of sweat. When the autumn harvest season finally arrived, he was asked to give up his field and open up a new one. No matter who it was, they would feel indignant. Moreover, the hidden danger after Helicoverpa rosa had yet to be resolved. It was even more impossible for him to leave like this. Of course, there was another way, which was for Little and to cultivate in the Chan monastery of Devanaga alone. Li Qingshan would remain in the Clear River Prefecture and do whatever he needed to do. However, Li Qingshan had never even considered this method. It was just like the promise he had made in the past. Only death could separate them. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. His expression changed for a while before suddenly standing up. I'll go take a look at the 100 schools of thought. If the old monk acted on his own and forcefully took Little and back to the Chan monastery of Devanaga, wouldn't that be terrible? There's no need for you to be in such a hurry, master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, as long as you don't insist on marrying their genius disciple. Ruexian seemed to see through his thoughts. She spoke in a probing manner. Why would I marry her for no reason? As long as you don't think that way. Ruexian let out a sigh of relief before pushing Li Qingshan back into his seat. Suddenly, she said something irrelevant. Do you know that gods have always existed in this world? What? Li Qingshan was taken aback. He had no idea why she had suddenly mentioned this. That's another story. Ruexian smiled. You're still trying to swindle spiritual stones out of me? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Forget it. Seeing how obedient you've been just now, I'll give this story to you for free. Even if you want me to buy it, I have to agree to it. Tell me. You're absent-minded, so let's forget about it today. We'll talk about it once you've settled down. Let's go. I'll go to the 100 schools of thought. Ruexian stood up slowly and made her way towards the entrance of the dwelling with a rather mysterious smile on her lips. I'm not taking over 10,000 spiritual stones from you for free. In the grand hall of the Ansrava temple, the monks stood around in silence. Rings of incense fell from the pagoda as smoke curled up into the air. The Tathagata Buddha lowered his head and smiled. Before the Buddha, an old man and a young woman sat and discussed the Dharma. One was as withered as wood, while the other was as delicate as a flower. The monks were at a loss as to what they were talking about. Mind enlightenment seemed to understand, but he did not. Little and seemed to be in thought, lowering her head from time to time in deep thought. Often, it would only take a while before she raised her head and continued. The joy on the Annihilum Light Chan master's withered face grew heavier and heavier. They had met several years ago, and they had only established their relationship as master. They had not interacted much with each other. Today, he wanted to test her and give her some guidance. None of the questions he asked could stump her. She had blazed a new trail in the study of Buddhism, so she had her own comprehension. Her understanding was still rather shallow. However, sometimes she would say something witty, which would make him feel like he was talking to a senior. and this so-called shallow was only compared to him, the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, who had cultivated the Buddhist Dharma for several centuries. There was probably no one among the inner disciples of the monastery who could rival her. All he could do was sigh in admiration. The path of white bone and great beauty was not a simple cultivation method. It also contained the efforts of a Buddhist great expert's entire life. It was equivalent to having a bodhisattva as a teacher pointing out a path for her within the vast Buddhist scriptures. Using this as a foundation, she studied the Buddhist Dharma and scriptures before turning around and practicing the path of white bone and great beauty. The two complemented each other, progressing step by step. She felt like she had benefited quite a lot from the discussion with the Annihilum Light Chan master. However, the bodhisattva was still the white bone bodhisattva at the end of the day, so little and did not actually tell the Annihilum Light Chan master what she had comprehended. Otherwise, he would not be praising her. Instead, he would fly into a rage and directly destroy this damned disciple of his. Most of Little Anne's attention was not on the discussion of the Dharma. Instead, she was concerned about Li Qingshan's safety. However, she had always been expressionless, and her words and reactions were sharp. Even the Annihilum Light Chan master failed to sense it. If he knew that little and was only paying attention to him, who knew how he would react? Would he become furious or dissatisfied? Or perhaps he would be even more delighted. Little Anne's dark pupils were as calm as an ancient well. Through her eyes, the glorious hall seemed to be a transparent black and white color. The heavy fragrance of sandalwood was light and tasteless. The Annihilum Light Chan master's lips parted, and the exquisite Buddhist Dharma he spat out was forgotten as soon as it entered her ears. The morning bell and evening drum were also obscure and distant. This was not because her senses were not sensitive enough. Instead, it was because she had reached a state of invisibility that was close to the Buddhist school of thought. Regular Buddhist disciples could attain enlightenment in that instant after facing the wall for 3 years, and their cultivation would advance drastically. However, she was constantly in this state. Thump! A great sound rang out in Little Anne's ears. She turned around in surprise and joy. Li Qingshan stepped into the hall. Unlike the surrounding scenery, he possessed an extremely bright color. His bronze skin and shining eyes broke the silence with his loud laughter. Li Qingshan arrived beside Little and bowed deeply. "I am Li Qingshan. Greetings to the Annihilum Light Chan master. Little Anne has encountered a master. Seeing the dignified appearance of the Chan master today, you really do live up to your reputation." The Annihilum Light Chan master did not even glance at Li Qingshan, as if he did not exist at all. All he could see was Little Anne, as the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Even among cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, he could be regarded as powerful. However, this was not because he looked down on a foundation establishment cultivator like Li Qingshan. Instead, it was because of his natural disposition. Before he met Little, and he had already practiced silent meditation for 20 years. This silent meditation was extremely renowned among the Chan sections. It was about letting go of the obsession with words. However, it was rumored in the Chan monastery of Devanaga that he practiced silent meditation not for cultivation at all. It was purely because he did not want to speak and waste time explaining the scriptures to others. In just half a day, he had almost spoken more to Little Anne than he had in a decade in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If the disciples of the Bodhi courtyard found out about this, they would definitely be so surprised that their mouths would drop open. They would even suspect whether their master had been impersonated or not. However, it was very clear that the Annihilum Light Chan master was not particularly fond of Li Qingshan, who had barged in so recklessly. Mind Enlightenment went up and tried to persuade him softly. "Junior brother, you better leave for now. In the past, the One Thought Master told me that I was fated with the Buddha. I want to hear about the profound Buddhist Dharma of the Annihilum Light Chan Master and see whether I'm really fated with him or not." Li Qingshan smiled at Little, and before sitting down on a cushion by himself, Little and smiled faintly. Her momentary beauty surprised all the monks in the hall slightly. Some of them, with insufficient cultivation, naturally developed some lust. The Annihilum Light Chan Master frowned. He did not know what heavenly fragrance and beauty of the world was, so he could not help but think of the legends. When the Buddha achieved Buddhahood under the Bodhi tree, a horde of demons came to stop him, conjuring heavenly maidens to confuse his Buddhist heart. He had never seen a true heavenly maiden, but her smile seemed to erase her Buddhist nature, turning her from a Buddhist genius into a heavenly maiden transformed from a demon. Only now did he truly notice her appearance for the first time. However, he felt like he had been overthinking things. She was still a child at the end of the day, so it was inevitable for her to have impure thoughts. If she really was untainted by even a speck of dust, it would instead be unbelievable. She would seem even more like a demon. The Annihilum Light Chan Master turned his withered head, and his eyes regained their murkiness. Finally, they landed on Li Qingshan's face, and his unwavering heart suddenly began to ripple. He was the only obstacle to her cultivation. The Buddha says that the Dharma cannot be heard. Do you have the right to listen to me talk about the scriptures, sir? Unlike his dry voice when he talked about the scriptures, the Annihilum Light Chan Master's voice suddenly became vast and majestic, with a hint of a dragon's cry. It seemed endless, descending from the sky and piercing the top of Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan's face changed, and he immediately dismissed his thoughts. Even his soul surged as electricity seemed to pass through his body. Is this the Chan of Devanaga? Chapter 5:02. Li Qingshan felt even more pain than when he endured Zhou Tong's heavenly lightning. It was not because the Annihilum Light Chan Master wanted to kill him, but because the ox demon and tiger demon reacted violently to the chant of Devanaga. Like boiling oil, they immediately surged. It's rumored that the chant of Devanaga can intimidate all demons and monsters. Sure enough, it's true. Has he discovered something? That's why he's probing me? The Annihilum Light Chan Master failed to tell that Li Qingshan was a demon. Instead, he was thinking about something else. Not only could the chant of Devanaga subdue demons, but it could also purge the evil and desires in people's hearts. If Li Qingshan really did have some improper thoughts about Little, and he could use this to eliminate them, just in case he brought unnecessary trouble to this trip. If he persisted, he would have to endure extreme pain. However, Li Qingshan's expression only changed slightly before returning to normal. He was even calmer and more composed than when he first came in. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? If that's the case, there's no need to trouble him too much. He has feelings for me, and it's unavoidable that I can't let go of them. If I use forceful methods, I'll end up falling into a disadvantageous position and fall out with this brother of mine. The Annihilum Light Chan Master stopped the chant of Devanaga. Actually, Li Qingshan had used the spirit turtle suppresses the seas to suppress everything, pacifying the restless ox demon and tiger demon. Like an old monk meditating, the spirit turtle sank into the sea, unmoving. Of course, this was also because the Annihilum Light Chan Master had never used his true abilities. Otherwise, all Li Qingshan could do was retreat in a hurry or transform into his demon form and fight. Is this the special cultivation technique of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Looks like you're quite open-minded. You do indeed have some affinity with the Buddha. What? The chant of Devanaga? The monks were all surprised, apart from Little, and no one else had sensed anything during the probing and clash just now. May I teach it to Little, Anne? Li Qingshan asked, in a probing manner. Li Qingshan arrived on Benevolence Island alone, and sighed inside. This phoenix feathershire isn't easy to come by. This secret art is different from other martial arts. Only Senior Brother Abbot is qualified to teach it, and he has to go through many tests. This was the Annihilum Light Chan Master's reply. As an eminent monk of Buddhism, he would never lie, let alone lie about something so important that everyone knew about. Li Qingshan was helpless too. He had agreed to pay a visit to the Chan monastery of Devanaga with Little, and once he dealt with the matter of the Clear River Prefecture. This was Little Anne's intentions in the first place, so the Annihilum Light Chan Master had nothing else to say. He left Little and behind to continue his lecture. As Li Qingshan walked towards the School of Medicine, he was still thinking about the second story that Ru Xian had told him. At the time, he had been too anxious about Little and to care about it, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it had a profound meaning. Although Ru Xian's mouth was not forgiving, she had never really tried to extort his spirit stones. He could feel that even if he did not care and was willing to give, she would not take it. After listening for a while, he discovered that Ru Xian was not on Benevolence Island. She had gone to the library on Contention Island. Suddenly, he felt an extremely resentful gaze land on him. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw a twisted face behind a window. It was rather familiar. It was Chu Tian. Li Qingshan waved his hand with a smile, but the face became even more twisted. At this moment, another woman arrived at the window. To no surprise, it was Qian Rongji. She glanced at Li Qingshan with a rather strange expression before closing the curtains. Is he protecting his food? Little Tian, stop looking. There will be a day when you become even more powerful than him. There was no pity in Qian Rongji's gaze. Instead, it was filled with trust and eagerness. No man could resist a gaze like this when they were down on their luck. Chu Tian was no exception. He shuddered and threw himself into Qian Rongji's arms, sobbing. I don't have anything anymore. Qian Rongji gently rubbed his head with her glove. Her gaze was as gentle as a mother's, looking at her down on her child. However, the hell snake became restless. It slithered around her body reluctantly. She comforted it like a mother. Don't worry. There'll be food very soon. Chu Tian had indeed lost many things. After Ru Xian brought him back to Benevolence Island, his symptoms of qi deviation stabilized miraculously. Afterwards, Qian Rongji rushed over. Her eyes were red as she stuttered. Under Chu Tian's interrogation, she finally told him an extremely unfortunate piece of news. When he was in secluded cultivation, the two women who had come to the school of the family with him had both died in the chaos of war. He and the two women were childhood friends, so they were extremely close. Chu Tian was overcome with grief. He suffered qi deviation once more and almost lost his life. Afterwards, a miracle happened to him once more. He barely managed to keep his life, as if the heavens were truly watching over him. However, his cultivation had regressed drastically. You still have me. Qian Rongji turned her head away as if she could not bear it anymore. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. And I'm the only one left. The viper hissed, Uncle Fu, why are you here? Li Qingshan arrived at the depository and saw a familiar person, Sun Fubai. The sunlight shone through the window, and Sun Fubai laid on a rocking chair leisurely as he read a book. It was just like when they first met. Qingshan, you've come. Only after a conversation did Li Qingshan learn that the depository had always belonged to the School of Novels. The buildings on Contention Island all had different responsibilities. Most of them were managed by people from various schools. However, the School of Novels had almost fallen to the point where they could not even keep Cloudwisp Island. They had no younger brothers or teachers, so the depository was managed by the School of Confucianism. Now, the School of Novels had pulled itself together and returned to the school. At the crucial moment of breaking through to Foundation establishment, Sun Fubai had unloaded the matters of the Cloudwisp Society and returned to the depository to cultivate himself. Under his management, the Cloudwisp Society had become a complete organization. There was no need for him to personally attend to everything. Books were piled up on shelves, the fragrance of wood refreshing the mind. However, in this extremely spacious building, it was sparse and not many people were here. The chaos of war had yet to subside, and few people had any thoughts. Furthermore, the books related to cultivation were all on the higher floors. Below them were mostly historical books, and it was very difficult for cultivators to pay attention to them. Oh, Patriarch Ru, she's over there. She's already here. So she was waiting for you. Yes, I'll go take a look. Li Qingshan had already sensed her presence. He passed through the mountains and finally found her in a corner. There were many books piled on the table, but she didn't have a single one. She crossed her legs and placed them high on the table. She rested her head on her arms and smiled. There were 2 floor-to-ceiling windows here, and the sunlight was shockingly bright. It dyed her black hair golden. What are you doing here? Li Qingshan sat down in front of her. He picked up a book and flipped through a few pages before tossing it back on the table. Tell me the second story. What story? The story of the gods. Ru Xian put her legs down and waved her hand. The curtains fluttered and blocked the sunlight. Her face was shrouded in shadow. She crossed her arms and leaned forward on the table. She lowered her voice and said, "Do you know? There were originally many gods in the 9 provinces. Naturally, these gods couldn't compare to the gods and Buddhas. At most, the places that the gods were in charge of weren't big. 1 mountain, 1 river, many of them were mountain spirits and water monsters. Perhaps they weren't very strong in the cultivation world, but to ordinary people, they were omnipotent. Furthermore, as long as they were in their own mountains and rivers, their strength would increase greatly, and they would have a different kind of power. What about now? Why is there no more?" Li Qingshan seemed to understand something, but he didn't get the gist of it. The Saint Emperor established the 9 provinces, and there were no more gods in the world. And then there's no then. My story is finished. Ru Xian waved her hand again, and the dazzling sunlight poured in. This is your story? Li Qingshan's eyes widened. You didn't even pay me spirit stones. Why did I have to tell such a long story? If you want to know, read it yourself. Ru Xian patted the stack of books. Dust rose and flew in the sunlight. She stood up and was about to leave. Wait, Li Qingshan called out to Ru Xian, but he didn't know where to start. He only felt that a certain idea in his mind was becoming clearer and clearer. His gaze swept across the tall stack of books in front of him. She must have spent a lot of effort to find these old books. Spit it out. Even if you add the word spit it out, I'll be able to hear it more comfortably. Li Qingshan's gaze swept past her perky bottom viciously. He was very tempted to slap her there. He immediately abandoned the idea of being a close friend. Instead, he thought about how if he could press her down on his legs and spank her bottom viciously when she was blabbering and joking around, that would be the greatest enjoyment. Do I get spirit stones if I make you comfortable? As soon as Ru Xian said that, she found it to be a little inappropriate. Sure enough, Li Qingshan sniggered. That'll depend on how you make me comfortable. Ru Xian turned around and left without another word. Li Qingshan, suddenly remembered something else. Do you know what Qian Rongji is doing with Chu Tian? In the Mist Province, disturbing someone's hunt is even more severe than stealing someone's wife. Ru Xian waved her hand without even looking back. She passed through the corridor of floor-to-ceiling windows and flickered, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Hunting? That's exactly what I was thinking. It's a pity that I have far too many prey, or I wouldn't mind poking my nose into it, Li Qingshan murmured to himself. He picked up the book he had tossed onto the table again and studied the cover carefully. The name had already blurred, and the style was extremely simple too. He could only make out 2 words, God of Words. Unless something like that was stored in a treasure pouch and never taken out, it could not withstand the passage of time, no matter how well it was protected. For once, Li Qingshan settled down. Only then would he let down her painstaking efforts in searching for these things in the vast ocean. The sunlight shifted, and time passed by slowly. Just like what Ru Xian had said, the very beginning of the existence of gods was mainly divided into mountain gods and water gods. Mountain ranges and water veins could be refined like spiritual artifacts and arcane artifacts, except they did not pour their soul sense into them. Instead, they extracted a strand of their soul sense and condensed it into a god seal. The founding emperor's unification of the world was not as simple as becoming invincible and appointing 8 vassal kings and 10 demon kings. Otherwise, as soon as he passed away, the great Xia Empire would immediately collapse, returning to the age of chaos. Instead, he carried out a series of procedures. One of the most important procedures was to forge the cauldrons of the 9 provinces, and the materials for forging the cauldrons were the god seals collected from all over the world. The 9 cauldrons suppressed the 9 provinces. From then onwards, even if demons could occupy mountain ranges and water veins again, they would not be able to refine them. With the founding emperor's appearance, the world became devoid of gods. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Proportion. Chapter 5:03. But since there is no God in the world, what does Ru Xian mean by letting him read these things? Li Qingshan is not surprised that Ru Xian can guess his identity as the North Moon. He is not Superman. As long as he changes into a tight suit of S size and puts on a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he can keep the female reporter in the dark forever. Either the female reporter is a moron, or she doesn't take him, a loser, in her eyes at all. The taste of Superman, who likes her, is really not good. Li Qingshan personally believed his taste was much better. Ru Xian's intelligence and wisdom were rare in the world too. Surely she could not have specially drawn him here in such a serious manner and found such a great pile of books for him to read just to tell him that, hey, I know who you are. It's great to become the water god, but it's a pity that you were born too late. You can see it, but you can't eat it. He, 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 he. Wait. Li Qingshan's face suddenly becomes a little strange, because in his mind, he imagines that Ru Xian will say these words proudly, thinking that she can really do such a thing. He coughs twice, dispels this kind of nonsense, calms down, and continues to read. At dusk, the sun turns orange, casting his long shadow on the floor. Li Qingshan finally sees the last book, and the desire in his heart becomes stronger. If he can refine a body of water and make it the underwater mansion, the speed of cultivation will be improved a lot, and with the geographical advantage, even if the Jindan realm invades, he can deal with it calmly, turning passivity into initiative. Hey, Ru Xian, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? It is late. Li Qingshan comes to Benevolence Island and finds Ru Xian in the alchemy room to denounce her. His face is full of disappointment and anger. Ah, you finally find out. You are so smart, Ru Xian says with a smile. She looks like her plot has succeeded, but she is a little disappointed in her heart. You already know. Li Qingshan was enraged, but then he calmed down and smiled. Know what? Ru Xian said in exasperation. I am idiot, Ru Xian interrupted. I'm going to take Little and to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan did not become angry. Instead, he sighed gently. Why? Ru Xian looked at the pill furnace in front of her and asked casually. His heart trembled slightly. Actually, I wanted to tell you that this is the best choice for Little, and I offended my boss. I can't really stay in the Clear River Prefecture any longer. You finished reading all the books I gave you. Others might not understand which boss Li Qingshan had offended, but Ru Xian knew very well. She felt inexplicably anxious. I read a small part of it, but it didn't seem to be of any use. I guessed you were messing with me. Sigh, if only that was possible. It should be enough to fend off my boss. Idiot! He was clearly only one step away. Forget it. I won't get angry with you today. Actually, before I leave, there are some things I want to tell you. Li Qingshan's gaze suddenly became tender. Ru Xian's gaze made contact with his. Then she looked away again. Where are the books? She would not say anything to make him stay, but at the very least, she had to make him completely understand his current situation. This idiot. You're still hiding them. That's good. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Ru Xian specially told Sun Fubai that if Li Qingshan could not finish reading the books, he was to stow them away and not let anyone else touch them. Ha ha ha! Who's the one being fooled now? Li Qingshan suddenly laughed aloud and raised his right hand. An hour ago, when the last book was flipped to the first page, he saw a thin piece of something mixed in the title page. It was completely transparent, like ice or water. It twisted and turned like a dragon, forming a simple and magnificent rune. At first glance, Li Qingshan knew it was not an ordinary item. Chapter 504. No one came to visit Chu Tian, whether it was his seniors and juniors from the School of Confucianism or the women he had slept with in the past. If Chu Tian had been an amiable person, he would not have ended up in such a state even if his cultivation had regressed drastically. At the very least, he would have been able to maintain his dignity. However, his personality had never been well liked. They were usually polite to him only because of his talent. There was probably deep jealousy in this as well. It was unavoidable for them to think things like, even an idiot like him can cultivate so quickly, so why can't I? The heavens are so unfair. As a result, when they learned that he had suffered from chi deviation, they all secretly rejoiced. Even you have a day like this. Who would still be willing to waste time on a cripple? There was only one person who cared for him relentlessly, and that was Qian Rongji. However, seeing how caring for him was useless, a sliver of pity suddenly appeared in her eyes. Little Tian, even if you really can't cultivate anymore, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Chu Tian was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He said excitedly, I can still cultivate. Those people who look down on me will definitely regret it. However, Qian Rongji's pity deepened. He suddenly fell silent for a while before saying, Rongji, I want to tell you a secret. I've never told anyone about this secret. What is it? Qian Rongji was confused. Watch closely. Chu Tian extended his right hand, and a dark green vine grew from his palm bit by bit. It was only a small vine, but it gave off a simple yet vigorous feeling. Qian Rongji experienced a strange feeling. Although the vine grew from Chu Tian's palm, it led to another world. Little Tian, is this an arcane treasure? This had exceeded her expectations slightly. Previously, she had plenty of opportunities to capture Chu Tian alive and then torture him for a confession. It was all because she had no idea what this trump card of Chu Tian's was and how powerful it was. She did not want to go for wool and come home shorn. As a result, she had endured it all for this moment. No, this is a heaven-climbing vine. This is a climbing vine. Its seed, when I was born. Bury it in my soul. As long as I have it, I will definitely be able to restore my cultivation. That's fantastic. Tian. Qian Rongji's eyes sparkled as she thought to herself, "Thank you, little," and it was already late at night. Chu Tian lay motionless on the sickbed. His eyes were round, staring straight up. A gorgeous little snake slithered out of his face and climbed up his fair arm. Qian Rongji opened her palm, and the little snake spat out a seed, which fell into her palm like a drop of water. It melted in the blink of an eye. She patted the little snake's head. "If it wasn't for you, it would have been really troublesome to extract the seed of the sky-climbing vine." Chu Tian wasn't a very smart person. Since he had exposed his biggest secret, he couldn't help but sigh. Qian Rongji soon learned everything about this sky-climbing vine. He finally understood the secret behind Chu Tian's cultivation speed. Qian Rongji opened her palm, and the sky-climbing vine slowly grew. Its dark green roots were so slender and weak, but they clearly broke through the invisible barrier of space. They arrived in another world. Immediately, a wave of extremely pure spiritual energy flowed into her body through the vines. Even the 100 schools of thought, which had been operating for thousands of years, could not compare to the density of spiritual energy here. Perhaps because the sky-climbing vine was still very young, the amount of spiritual energy here was not much. It was not even as much as the spiritual energy extracted from a spirit stone. However, this was not just a difference in quantity, but a difference in quality. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. It's already so late. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. I'm not afraid. I want to take care of him. I think you've already taken care of him. Don't take care of him to death. You'll break the rules here. Ru Xian chuckled. All right. Qian Rongji's heart trembled. She lowered her head, feeling a terrifying aura from Ru Xian. She clenched her fists even tighter, then looked back at Chu Tian, who was lying on the sickbed. Having lost the sky-climbing vine, he seemed to have turned into a vegetable, motionless with his eyes wide open, specks of dust falling on them. In fact, his situation was much worse than a vegetable. It was said that a vegetable still had a certain degree of consciousness, but after going through the torture of Hell's snake, his consciousness had completely collapsed, leaving him with only a breath left. No matter how powerful Ru Xian's medical skills were, she could no longer cure him. Thinking of this, Qian Rongji moved aside, brushing past Ru Xian. The door of the ward closed again, separating the two of them. Is this the end of insanity and madness? Ru Xian shook her head gently and muttered to herself. Behind her, a vicious, terrifying figure that seemed inhuman yet inhuman flashed. Qian Rongji loosened her fists, and the sky-climbing vine and Hell's snake both retracted into her body. She made her way to the end of the corridor without turning back. From that moment onwards, the curse and blessing would exist together. No one knew where she would go. After Li Qingshan left Ru Xian's place, the sermon on Ansrava Island did not end. The Annihilum Light Chan, Master wanted to pass on a few more things to his disciple before he left so that he could close the distance between them. Little N, on the other hand, stopped worrying after learning about Li Qingshan's safety. He devoted himself to discussing with the Annihilum Light Chan Master so that he could increase his comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. The Annihilum Light Chan Master could not help but become even more delighted. As it turned out, This disciple of his had not unleashed his full power yet, which made him even more cautious. Right when Li Qingshan wanted to return to Cloud Wisp Island first and slowly consider how he should use the Water God seal, Wang Pushi sent another message, telling him that he was waiting for him in the Clear River Prefecture. When Li Qingshan transformed into the North Moon, he had already ignored many messages. He could not just turn down the request, so he could only go. Arriving in the Clear River Prefecture, just now, he discovered that Wang Pushi was not the only one waiting for him. In the large hall, Wang Pushi and Hua Sengzan sat in the seats of honor. On the wall behind them was a hawk forged from copper, spreading its wings and staring at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. It made him think of Gu Yenying. Almost 100 Hawkwolf guards stood to the left, and right according to their duties and cultivation, their hands behind their backs. This was basically all the Hawkwolf guards that remained in the entire Clear River Prefecture. Old Wang, don't tell me you've sent a punitive expedition to punish me with such a great array of people? Li Qingshan asked with a smile as the door slammed shut behind him. Li Qingshan, you fled in the face of danger and hid in your dwelling to cultivate. What do you think your punishment is? Wang Pushi asked right away. I was at a critical juncture in my cultivation. I only broke through after so much difficulty, so how can you call that fleeing in the face of danger? Not to mention, it's not like I knew you'd be in such great danger. Li Qingshan shrugged and shot a glance at Hua Sengzan. He said secretly, what the hell is old Wang doing? Even if he did not receive a reply a few times, there was no need for him to fly into such a great rage, right? You'll know in a moment. Hua Sengzan studied Li Qingshan. He could clearly sense the change in his bearing, so he knew he was telling the truth. Who knew how difficult it was for cultivators to break through. None of them were like him, breaking through in secluded cultivation every few days. You still dare to argue? Hell of ice. Wang Pushi suddenly stood up, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Apart from Hua Sengzan, all the Hawkwolf guards could not help but shiver, but they were only affected. As for Wang Pushi's true target, Li Qingshan, he became covered in frost in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan felt a bone-chilling coldness, freezing his flesh and bones. He was completely immobilized. The coldness even penetrated his sea of qi, trying to freeze his sea of qi as well. It was accompanied by indescribable pain. The hell of ice was similar to the hell of venomous snakes. They were both minor hells. However, compared to the pain from Qian Rongji's actual hell snake, it paled in comparison. He was slightly annoyed inside. They're attacking over the slightest disagreement. Don't tell me they've discovered my demon form? No, that can't be. If that's the case, isn't this a little too minor? It's not like Wang Pushi hasn't seen the power of the Moon Devil. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators are sending a group of Qi practitioners to their deaths. Chapter 5:05. Hell was a place where all crimes were judged. It was the ultimate symbol of the dignity of a prison. Once disciples of legalism reached a certain level of cultivation, they could draw out a sliver of aura from the endless hell and merge it with their own cultivation. As soon as they struck, they would possess the great dignity of hell, suppressing the enemy's aura. Every single attack would bring with it intense pain that originated from the soul, shaking the enemy's mind. I don't know what you're trying to do, but this kind of probing is very boring. Li Qingshan remained composed, ignoring the pressure and enduring the pain. Wang Pushi's expression changed, and there was the sound of ice cracking. Li Qingshan took a step forward. He radiated with chilling coldness, leaving behind an ice footprint with each step. He seemed to be rather sluggish, but that was also because he refused to expose his strength. He did not use his demon chi abilities. Instead, He used the arts of the boundless ocean. Spiritual qi surged out from his sea of qi, purging the coldness. However, there were still slivers of coldness that stuck to him like maggots, difficult to purge, but he did not take it to heart. The teacup beside Wang Pushi had already been frozen. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its surface, and it exploded loudly. The temperature plummeted once again. The chilling wind pierced through every opening. The Hawkwolf guards had all retreated to the edge of the hall, but they were still forced to circulate their true qi to block it. They turned their heads away, afraid to look at Wang Pushi. Even a glance from the corner of their eyes would make them shiver inside. They were like criminals who had committed unpardonable crimes, currently standing before their judges. No matter how vicious they would still tremble in fear, afraid to face the dignity of the law. Crack! Crack! The sounds of freezing rose and fell. Frost crawled over the pillars, covering the entire hall. Another sound gradually drowned out the sounds of freezing. It came from Li Qingshan. It was the sound of waves. Spiritual qi surged out from him like the tide, wanting to surge in all directions. Not only did his presence not weaken, but it even grew stronger instead. Li Qingshan remained unhurried. He walked forward step by step, staring straight into Wang Pushi's eyes. He was completely lawless. The coldness of the hell of ice seeps in through every opening. My cultivation level is higher than his, so he should have been injured by the cold air that invaded his body. Why does he seem to be completely fine? This kid is indeed not ordinary. Perhaps Commander Gu's order is not without reason. Wang Pushi was already in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, so he was naturally superior to Li Qingshan, who was in the early stage of Foundation establishment. Although the gap between minor realms was not as exaggerated as the gap between major realms, it was not just for show. However, in terms of spiritual qi, Li Qingshan, who cultivated the arts of the boundless ocean, had many advantages. And Wang Pushi's technique had the advantage. However, it did not appear on Li Qingshan at all. Finally, Li Qingshan stopped 3 feet away from Wang Pushi. 2 streams of spiritual qi collided fiercely between the two of them. It was as if the sea in winter was sealed by ice and washed away by the waves. All right, that's enough. If you continue, even if you can stand it, the house won't be able to. Hua Sengzan's hands landed on Li Qingshan and Wang Pushi's shoulders at the same time. The two of them retracted their spiritual energy. Wang Pushi's armchair. The armchair that Wang Pushi originally sat on immediately shattered into a pile of ice. "Commander, please give the order." Hua Sengzan took a step back and stood beside Li Qingshan. For once, he became stern, referring to Wang Pushi as commander. "Commander Gu's order." Li Qingshan has made outstanding contributions and performed well, so he is hereby promoted to Scarlet Hawk Commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. Wang Pushi finished rather reluctantly. With that, not only was Li Qingshan surprised, but the many Hawkwolf Guards were all surprised too. They had been notified to gather, but they never thought it would be something so major. Only now did Li Qingshan understand why Wang Pushi had arranged such a great show. As it turned out, Gu Yenying had actually promoted him to commander. Don't tell me she's also afraid I'll go to the Chan monastery of Devanaga with little, and so she's giving me some benefits? No, it's not just benefits. Being made a commander isn't something you can just turn your back on. If I want to leave the Clear River Prefecture, I need her, the great commander, to agree. Of course, Li Qingshan did not believe Gu Yenying had developed feelings for him after his confession. She probably still treated him as a relatively important chess piece. Hua Sengzan clapped her hands, and Hua Qinglu entered from a side door in scarlet clothes. She held the brand new uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander, with a tiny scarlet bronze hawk tablet on it. She smiled. "Congratulations, Big Brother Li, no, Commander Li. I was wondering why old Wang had such a bad temper. Looks like he's been fired." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Wang Pushi shot a glance at him. "Wah," Sungzan said in a hurry. "Don't talk nonsense, Qingshan. Old Wang is going to be promoted to a White Wolf Guard and is going to the Rui Commandery. He's leaving the quagmire that is the Clear River Prefecture. This is fantastic news." Wang Pushi was indeed rather displeased, but it was not because of him. Being promoted to a White Wolf Guard and going to the Rui Commandery had always been his wish. However, he felt like the position should have been taken over by Hua Sungzan. However, after this series of probing, he could not help but admit that Li Qingshan's strength was indeed greater than Hua Sungzan's. He was completely worthy of the position of commander. "You're lucky, kid. You've gained Commander Gu's appreciation. This is called strength." However, Li Qingshan was thinking about something else. The war had only just come to an end, yet Gu Yenying had already transferred a general away. Clearly, she was extremely confident that the humans and demons would not continue fighting. Where did this confidence come from? It probably came from him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had changed into the uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. He stood with his arms behind his back, looking around proudly and valiant. He had already become the commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. Wang Pushi and Hua Sungzan stood to the left and right, making way for him in the center. "Greetings, Commander." Almost 100 Hawkwolf Guards lined up again and bowed together as they said loudly. Li Qingshan glanced past everyone and thought, "Will this still be my group in the future? Qian, Rongji doesn't seem to be here." In the past, when he discussed the 3 minor pillars of the Clear River Prefecture with Protector Yen from the Iron Fist, or whatever, had he ever considered that he would be one of them? However, with his current insight, that was nothing. The expressions of the Hawkwolf Guards changed as well. They all had their own thoughts. Some of the Scarlet Wolf Guards had even drunk with Li Qingshan before. The kid from the countryside from several years ago had actually become their superior in just a few years' time. Hua Sungzan clapped his hands again, and over a dozen tables of food were set up to celebrate Li Qingshan and send off Wang Pushi. This was only a farewell banquet for the Hawkwolf Guard. There would definitely be more in the 100 schools of thought in the future, so Wang Pushi would not be able to leave anytime soon. "Little Hua, this position was originally supposed to go to you. Why don't we switch?" During the banquet, Li Qingshan also realized why Wang Pushi was displeased, so he smiled at Hua Sungzan. He really did not care about this position. "Do you think this is like buying groceries? You think you can switch whenever you want?" Hua Sungzan sensed Li Qingshan's sincerity, so the sliver of ill will in his heart vanished without a trace. He was rather touched. He raised his cup and said, "This is called the latecomer surpassing the master. Boss Gu, you have a good eye for talent. You have to protect me a little more in the future." "No problem, no problem. Though, I'll leave the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard to you. I'm only responsible for watching over and fighting." Hua Sungzan smiled bitterly. "No problem, no problem." After the banquet came a series of handover tasks. After assuming the position of commander, he could choose an item from the inner treasury of the Hawkwolf Guard. "It would be great if I could find another fragment of the cursive sword calligraphy." With this beautiful wish in mind, Li Qingshan passed through the various formations and finally set foot inside, but he was greatly disappointed. After several years of war, there was not a lot left inside. Why don't we wait? Looking at the situation, the Rui Commandery might send oversupplies very soon. Hua Sungzan also sensed something from Gu Yenying's orders. As it seemed, The war really was about to end. During the war, the Clear River Prefecture that spanned 1,500 kilometers had become a lone island, basically cut off from the outside world. The cultivators there could only fight, not flee, unless they had special connections. If they fled, they would be hunted down. Of course, they would not receive any supplies of talismans or pills either. Fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded, even though he did not find what he wanted. However, Li Qingshan discovered that there were quite a few benefits to being a commander. First of all, the benefits were much better. With Li Qingshan's wealth, he did not care too much about this. What mattered was the increase in status. He had gone from a hired thug to a decision-maker. He could directly influence many important decisions of the entire 100 schools of thought, and he could grasp a lot of confidential information. As a military organization directly under the Great Xia Empire, the Hawkwolf Guard possessed its own information system. The information seemed messy and disorderly, covering everything from astronomy to geography. However, at certain times, perhaps it could play a crucial role. After completing a series of handover tasks, the sky had already lit up. Li Qingshan shirked all responsibility, leaving everything to Hua Sungzan. He returned to the Chain Mountains alone. With a swish, the mental map of the Green Province unfurled before locking onto the tiny Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan began to make his choice. He chose a suitable place to establish the water dwelling. His gaze first landed on the river that meandered through the entire prefecture like a dragon. Although it was tiny, the size of the Clear River Prefecture was even larger than the entire Jiangnan region in Li Qingshan's past life. The Clear River water could rival large rivers like the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. The Clear River originated from the Boundless Mountains. It was over 5,000 kilometers in length, and its drainage basin spanned over 1 million square kilometers. If he could refine it, whether it was cultivation or battle, it would be equivalent to receiving divine assistance. Even if he faced Golden Core cultivators, Li Qingshan was confident he could gain the upper hand. However, Li Qingshan took out the Water God seal and took a look at it according to the books he had read in the past. There were basically only 2 types of God seals, but their quality differed drastically. He could condense a Water God seal by refining a small river, but it could not contain a large river. Only by using the small river as a foundation could he constantly develop and strengthen it. I wonder whether the Water God seal can contain the Clear River or not. If it can't contain it in the end, then it'll be a joke. It's not like I have any competitors right now, so I better take it step by step and plan slowly. I'll choose a region of water first, and start with the tributary of the river. To be continued. Chapter 506. Li Qingshan brushed his hand across the mental map of the 9 provinces, and the image changed. The rivers protruded, turning a clear, bright blue. They were like capillaries that ran through the entire prefecture. The main artery was naturally the Clear River water. Although Li Qingshan did not have the extravagant hope of refining the Clear River right now, his final target was still this place. As such, the river he chose had to be able to flow to the Clear River. This was not a problem at all. Finding a water vein that was not connected to the Clear River in the Clear River Prefecture was rather difficult. Next was the choice of location. Li Qingshan's fingertip traced the boundless mountain range down the Clear River and stopped in the middle, drawing a circle. This place was relatively close to his territory in the underground. The underground river in his territory was very likely to be connected to this body of water. He had connected the 2 territories through a river, and that underground river led directly to Cobweb City. Furthermore, there was a large lake within this circle. There were probably 8,000 lakes of various sizes in the Clear River Prefecture. However, there were only 3 or 4 of them. The Dragon Snake Lake was one of them, but it was not the largest. The reason why the 100 schools of thought were built there was because it was close to the prefecture city and had abundant spiritual energy. In a situation where he couldn't refine the water element, the size of the water wasn't particularly important. The lake that Li Qingshan had his eyes on was called Clear Court Lake. It was the undisputed greatest lake in the Clear River Prefecture. If the divine seal was not enough to refine the water of the Clear River, he would have to settle for the next best thing. It was not a bad idea to refine this Clear Court Lake first. Everything depended on the level of this water god seal that Ru Xian gave him. The divine seal was like a glass cup of varying sizes. Even though the water was emptied, the cup was still there, and it could still hold water in another place. If this divine seal had once refined a large river like the Clear River, then it could hold an equivalent amount of water. Even if it couldn't accommodate him, it didn't mean that Li Qingshan could only wander around in the small river in the future. As long as he could break through the seal of the great cauldrons of the 9 states, he would naturally be able to do so as well. From small to large, this container was gradually strengthened so that it could hold more rivers and lakes under the blue sky. The vast and boundless Clear Court Lake flickered with tens of thousands of ripples. On the lake, there were islands towering over each other, stretching across the horizon. Many pure, white water birds soared above the blue waves, making one's mind open. If it was the first time a mortal saw Clear Court Lake, they would have mistaken it for a vast ocean. As soon as Li Qingshan arrived on the surface of the lake, he sensed the dense water spiritual qi lingering in the lake. Just by cultivating in it, there would be many benefits. There were many cities and villages on the lakeside. At a glance, one could tell that they used to be prosperous and populous places. However, after experiencing the calamity of war, many of the villages had become desolate. Many fishermen could still be seen. Stars floated on the lake. When Li Qingshan looked at the map, he was still full of confidence. But when he saw the lake with his own eyes, he doubted whether the divine seal in his hand could hold it. Forget it, let's find a river first. Li Qingshan then opened the Qingzhou mental map and found a large river that flowed into Qingting Lake. He spread his wings of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the river. However, after some thought, he followed the river and found a small river that flowed into the large river. Although it was a small river, it was at least 100 feet wide. Let's try this small river first. Li Qingshan dove into the river. The contents of the dozens of books appeared in his mind. Through a few sentences, he roughly understood the method of refining water veins. With the water god seal, it was not particularly difficult to refine an ownerless water vein. He held the divine seal in his hand and injected demonic qi into it. The divine seal shone like a dragon and snake coiling around it. Li Qingshan released his demonic qi again. The vast demonic qi spread to both sides of the river in the blink of an eye. The surging river instantly became as smooth as a mirror without a single ripple. A moment later, it returned to normal just now. Li Qingshan went against the flow, releasing and infusing demonic qi continuously. Refining water veins was a meticulous task. Although the divine seal in his hand could save him a lot of trouble, he still had to walk through the entire water region bit by bit, allowing his demonic qi to infuse every part of the water region. This tributary was not very long. 6 hours later, Li Qingshan finally reached the source of the river. In his sea of consciousness, a faint, blue, meandering path was clearly left. Li Qingshan retracted his demonic qi and pointed at the water god seal in his hand. The water god seal released a wave-like halo. When the halo calmed down, a small part of it lit up. The meandering path was exactly the same as the one in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Only a small part had lit up, which meant that this small river was far from the water vein that the water god seal could contain. He was more confident about refining Qingting Lake. At the same time, he sensed that the entire water vein was in his control. Waves of water spiritual qi merged into his body through the water god seal. Although it was not very powerful, it was endless. From this moment onwards, he was the god of this river. Even without using demonic qi, he could control the flow of water like an extension of his arm. Next, it was time to refine the main river. A drizzle fell. An old fisherman, wearing a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat, sat at the bow of his boat, fishing. From time to time, he would pick up the flask of wine beside him and take a sip in a leisurely manner. Suddenly, he saw the float sink and hurriedly pulled the line. The thin line was pulled taut, but it would not budge. Had it hooked onto a rock? The boat tilted slightly. The old fisherman could vaguely see a huge shadow swimming past in the water. Shocked, he hurriedly threw down his fishing rod and retreated. With a splash, a carp leapt out of the water. This was a sight that the old fisherman had seen his entire life, but he was dumbfounded in shock, his mouth agape. This was because that carp was shockingly several times larger than his boat. The carp also widened its eyes and opened its mouth, trying to swallow the old fisherman. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales, but its back was dyed black like ink, vaguely resembling a black lotus. "Don't be arrogant. Fish monster." The old fisherman's reaction was not slow. He stepped on the bow of the boat, and the bow of the boat sank into the water before being lifted up by the buoyancy. He used the force to leap up, sweeping towards the riverbank. He was actually a first-rate expert. Boom! The boat was crushed by the carp, wooden fragments flying in all directions. A large hole was formed on the surface of the river, turning into a whirlpool. The old fisherman felt pain all over his body. He had been injured by the wooden fragments, but he could not care about this right now. He lowered his head and looked at the water. The carp fell into the water and floated up again, opening its mouth and waiting for him below. The old fisherman was an expert, but he could not fly, nor did he know how to step on his right foot with his left foot. He did not even have anything to push off in the air, so he could only watch as he fell towards the fish's mouth. "My life is over." At this moment, the carp suddenly closed its mouth, turning around and diving into the water. With a plop, the old fisherman fell into the water. He was about to swim to the riverbank when he turned his head and saw that the surface of the water upstream had suddenly become extremely smooth, floating downstream like a mirror. "What is it this time?" The old fisherman's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the fish monster had been scared off. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any ripples on the surface of the water around him. Something brushed past him, and in that moment, all his hairs stood on end. His mind felt like it had fallen into an icy cavern, and his limbs and bones all froze as he fell towards the center of the river. A moment later, the surface of the river returned to normal just now. The old fisherman emerged from the water and spat out a mouthful of water, collapsing on the riverbank in a sorry state. He had wanted to eat fish, but he had not been able to. He had almost been eaten by a fish. The waters of the river were too deep. It looked like he could only fish in the stream in the future. There seems to be a demon chi up ahead. Let's go take a look. When Li Qingshan refined the small river, he did not even encounter a single decent demon. It was probably because the water was too shallow and could not contain demons. Only when he refined the large river did he finally encounter a few. However, most of them had not even formed a demon core. They were just much larger than their peers, and their intelligence was lacking. They were still beasts. His plan to capture a few shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers to be on duty had failed. Now that he had finally encountered a decent one, he could not help but pay attention. It sure runs fast. Li Qingshan swam forward for a while longer, but the demon Qi had already disappeared. He could only advance slowly if he wanted to refine the rivers of water. This large river was much wider than the small one, and the water was also more abundant. Although Li Qingshan had already grasped some experience in refining rivers of water, he still could not increase his speed. However, when he thought about it, he was not in a hurry. Underground, among the demon soldiers under his command, the Blackwater Salamander and Ice Frog were both water-type demons. He could have them serve when the time came. 2 days later, in the early morning, Li Qingshan finally returned to his starting point, at the end of the large river by Clear Court Lake. Facing the rising sun in the east, he opened his hand, and the water god seal flashed. Chapter 5:07. For the Clear Court sect to be able to occupy such a piece of blessed land, it naturally wasn't without foundation. The sect master of the Clear Court sect, Yang Pingu, who was known as the Master of the Clear Court, had already cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment, although there was still a gap between him and Zhou Tong, who was at the peak of foundation establishment. Although he was still a distance away from peak foundation establishment like Zhou Tong, he was confident that even if the Moon Devil came personally, he would be able to defend himself with the layers of formations outside the island and his own cultivation. Master, bad news, bad news. On this day, Yang Pingu was cultivating in seclusion in his cave abode. His disciples' call came from outside. Although he was a little unhappy, he still interrupted his cultivation and opened the door. If it was not important, his disciple would not disturb him. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? There's demonic qi in the lake. What's so strange about that? If there are demons in the lake, there will naturally be demons. Yang Pingu frowned unhappily. Clear Court Lake was so vast. There would often be fish, prawns, and aquatic creatures that would accumulate enough spirit qi to turn into demons. His Clear Court sect had been established for 1,000 years and had slain many demons. Why would he be afraid of mere demonic qi? However, he casually scanned with his spiritual will and was shocked. He understood why his disciple was so flustered. The demonic qi did not come from a certain place. Instead, it permeated the entire Clear Court Lake and surrounded the lone island from all directions. Such vast demonic qi can only be possessed by a demon general. However, why is he spreading it like this? Is he trying to refine Clear Court Lake? That's impossible, unless he has the water god seal. As the leader of a sect, and having lived hundreds of years longer than Li Qingshan, Yang Pingu was extremely knowledgeable. In an instant, he guessed the gist of the matter. His expression turned even more solemn. If this Clear Court Lake really has an additional water god of the demon clan, then there will be no place for the Clear Court sect. Humph! If you want to become a water god, you have to get past me first. Yang Pingu would not go out to fight to the death with that demon general. As long as Clear Court sect's formations were not broken and the sect was still established, that demon general would not be able to refine Clear Court Lake completely and become a water god. Thinking about it, he felt that it was not safe enough and sent the news to the 100 schools of thought. Also, the various large sects wouldn't just ignore such a huge matter. The process of refining Clear Court Lake, it was much more difficult than refining a mere river. After spending half a month, Li Qingshan just now had refined Clear Court Lake by half, looking at the isolated island in the distance. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. In any case, there was no way he could hide this kind of thing. He might as well move the carriage and see who would dare to stop him. As for this holdout in front of him, It would be fine if he was willing to move out obediently, but if he was unwilling, he would have to forcefully demolish it. The person inside, come out. Li Qingshan broke through the water, stepped on the top of the wave, and shouted. This roar, like a bolt of lightning, it struck the formation around Qingting sect, causing a 100-foot wave. The thick fog that never dissipated also showed signs of dispersing. Not good. It's Moon Devil. The voice spread across the entire island. When Yang Pingus saw the red figure, his expression changed drastically. He had thought that some water elemental demon general was taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble, but he didn't expect it to be the Moon Devil himself. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Get out of here. After the time is up, I will personally break the formation. When that time comes, everyone in Qingting sect will be fed to the fish. Everyone, don't panic. There's only the Moon Fiend. Our spirit array isn't that easy to break. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Yang Pingu comforted the disciples while shouting, Moon Fiend, you're too arrogant with your cultivation. How dare you risk universal condemnation and plot to take the position of water god? You will die a horrible death in the future. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to retreat now. Li Qingshan's answer was only one word. 10. Yang Pinga's eyelids twitched. Didn't they agree on the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? 9. Li Qingshan lay on his side on the wave, one hand supporting his head, his expression nonchalant. Master, let's escape. He can even break the yin and yang dust formation. Shut up. Yang Pinga shouted. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. He also felt a strong pressure. 8. Li Qingshan had no intentions of threatening him at all. He counted even faster, filled with impatience, as if he was in a hurry to finish counting and begin a massacre. Fellow Tang, you have to hold on. You can't let the Moon Devil succeed. We'll come to your aid immediately. At this moment, an echo rang out from the 100 schools of thought. It was Lu Chongqing's voice, as the prefect of the Clear River Prefecture. How could Lu Chongqing just watch a demon become a water god in his territory? He had already gathered the school leaders urgently to discuss a countermeasure. Yang Pinga's expression instead became even uglier. Hold on. For how long? Immediately? How soon? He was counting from 10, and he was almost done. Although he was still rather confident in his own formation, what if it failed to hold on? Even if he managed to hold on this time, what would happen when the army of night roamers came next time? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Li Qingshan finished counting in a single breath and leapt up from the top of the wave. As he hovered in the air, his body rapidly swelled up. With a great rumble, a huge wave surged into the air. A colossal figure landed in the lake. His scarlet hair flowed down like a waterfall, and his eyes were like fire. His well-defined body seemed to be forged from iron. He was as tall and heavy as a mountain, yet he possessed violent, explosive power. This was already one of the deeper parts of Clear Court Lake, yet the water only reached his waist. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and shook his shoulders. He strode over in the lake water, surging with malice. The disciples of the Clear Court sect all trembled inside as they gazed at the approaching black figure. Their faces were ashen. Yang Pinga's face paled slightly too. He thought to himself, don't be afraid. You're at late Foundation establishment, and you have the geographical advantage. The Moon Devil is only a demon general. All right, I'll go, as long as you promise not to harm the disciples of my Clear Court sect. Yang Pinga bellowed out and flew up from the island. He arrived in the air and stopped at the edge of the formation, so that he could hide in the formation at any time. He was filled with grief and helplessness as if he would have stayed behind to fight Li Qingshan to the death if it were not for the safety of his disciples. "Piss off." Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently as he bellowed out thunderously. Getting through the formation was not difficult, but he did not want to waste demon qi and delay the refinement of the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew when Helicoverpa would challenge him in the future? Yang Pingu was about to stow the formation banners away when Li Qingshan said, "Hold on, you can just leave. Leave the formation behind, and don't touch any of the puppets and turrets here." Yang Pingu's face changed. Under the gaze of the scarlet eyes, he finally refused to touch a single blade of grass or tree on the island. He passed the formation disc and a series of other items that controlled the formation to Li Qingshan before leaving with his disciples gloomily. Li Qingshan circled around the island and was very satisfied. The island was vast, and the pavilions and terraces were all exquisite, elegant, and extremely imposing. Exotic flowers, plants, and exotic beasts were raised on the island for people to enjoy. The Clear Court sect had been established for 1,000 years before it had managed to develop to such a scale. Now, it had all fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. He wanted to turn this place into his water dwelling. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, he was not a fish or shrimp at the end of the day. He did not like living in the water too much. As long as he possessed the God Seal, he could cultivate on the island all the same anyway. Li Qingshan roughly admired his spoils of war. Right when he was about to continue refining the Clear Court Lake, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled viciously. "You're looking to die." Yang Pingu understood very well. Now that so many sects in the Clear River Prefecture had been destroyed, he did not lack a place of cultivation. His own life was more important. If anyone wanted to oppose the Moon Devil, then let him. It was not like he would do something as stupid as that. However, after breaking free after so much difficulty, he felt deep resentment. Never in his life had he been so humiliated. His cultivation dwelling had been forcefully taken away after all, so how could he not feel resentful? He gritted his teeth. "Damn Moon Devil! Once I undergo the next heavenly tribulation and reach Golden Core, I'll definitely cut you to pieces to appease my hatred." If that was all he said, then so be it. It was not like Li Qingshan could hear him, and even if he did, he would not necessarily take it to heart. However, right when he was about to leave Clear Court Lake, he became angrier the more he thought about it. Suddenly, he came up with a plan. He made his disciples leave first and landed on the shore of Clear Court Lake alone. Yang Pingu extended his hands, and strands of water spiritual qi entered the depths of the lake, purging the demon qi in the water. He also primarily cultivated the water spiritual qi, so he could refine Clear Court Lake. However, he did not have the water god seal, so no matter how much effort he expended, it would be useless. All he could do was make things a little more troublesome for Li Qingshan. He only had a single objective. Even if he could not harm Li Qingshan, he could at least disgust him and vent his frustration. On the other hand, it was also to give the 100 schools of thought and the demon slayer an explanation. Since he was bold enough to do something like this, he was obviously quite confident. He was very far away from the center of the lake. Even if Li Qingshan sensed him, he would have fled already. With my late foundation establishment cultivation and such a great distance between us, what can a Moon Devil do to me? Right as he thought that, he saw a scarlet figure shoot over the surface of the lake, flying over. Boom, boom, boom. After the scarlet figure flew over, the surface of the lake exploded violently, forming a deep gully over 30 meters wide. How can he be so fast? Yang Pingu was greatly alarmed. He summoned a harpoon and hurriedly flew away, not daring to stay for a moment longer. This dragon-seizing harpoon was an arcane artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Clear Court sect. Although it was only an inferior item, its flying speed far surpassed that of ordinary spirit artifacts. However, Li Qingshan's normal speed was already comparable to that of a demon commander, after using the wind god's wings. Even though it had the disadvantage of not being able to turn easily, the speed at which he charged in a straight line was so fast that even Helicoverpa could not react in time. 3,000 meters, 100 meters, 30 meters, the distance between them rapidly shortened. Yang Pingu was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have made such an unnecessary move. However, he knew that it was too late for regret. He shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." There was no time for him to cast any arcane arts at all. 3 scarlet talismans flew out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds rang out. 3 huge fireballs engulfed Li Qingshan. However, in the next second, Li Qingshan's figure broke through the flames. His scarlet eyes were like fire, and his ruthlessness surged. "I spared your life, but you still dare to cause trouble. Die!" The dragon-seizing harpoon turned into a ray of blue light and flew towards Li Qingshan. However, before it could display its power as an arcane artifact, Li Qingshan grabbed it with one hand, while his other hand grabbed towards Yang Pinga's head. Another scarlet talisman burned, turned into a golden light screen, and shattered. The protective spirit Qi surged wildly and shattered. 5 fingers clasped onto the skull, and with a crack, the skull shattered. To be continued. Proportion. Chapter 508. Spare my life. Yang Pingu knew that a great disaster was about to befall him. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and deep regret. "I won't forgive you." Li Qingshan gripped the dragon-seizing pitchfork tightly and stabbed it into Yang Pinga's chest. The tip of the pitchfork was already dyed red when it came out from his back. Yang Pinga's eyes widened with hatred as he breathed his last. The past sect leaders of the Clear Court sect had used this dragon-seizing pitchfork to capture and kill countless monsters in the Clear Court Lake. But in the end, they died to their own family's inherited magic tool, which was in line with the cycle of karma. You really can't get over it. Li Qingshan shook his head and casually threw Yang Pinga's corpse into his 100 treasures pouch. Yang Pingu actually had many tricks up his sleeves, but under that kind of speed and attack, other than activating the dragon-seizing pitchfork and throwing a few life-saving talismans, he didn't even have the time to cast a single spell. The difference in strength of a realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Qingshan relied on the 4th tier of the Ox Demon to match Helicoverpa in terms of strength, stamina, and vitality. However, he was almost captured alive countless times. After breaking through to the 4th layer of the Tiger Demon, aside from the lack of demon chi, he was practically equivalent to a demon commander in every other aspect. If Yang Pingu had cultivated a body-tempering method, he might have been able to endure a direct assault from a demon commander that aimed to kill him. However, he did not, so he could not even endure a single blow. Li Qingshan opened Yang Pinga's 100 treasures pouch and looked through it. The accumulation of a 1,000-year sect was not small. However, he naturally did not care about ordinary talismans and pills. This is the elemental spirit pill. Li Qingshan took out a dark golden pill with restrained spiritual energy. It didn't even emit a hint of fragrance. It was heavy to the touch, looking more like a metal ball. The effects of the origin spirit pill were similar to the true spirit pill. They were both pills used to break through to the golden core realm. However, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was truly priceless. So far, Li Qingshan had only obtained one, from the Green Vine Elder's 100 Treasures pouch. Now, he had obtained another. In the future, he would have another guarantee when he condensed his golden core. He then raised the dragon-seizing pitchfork and split it into two. Spiritual lights flickered. The profound mark was faintly discernible. It was shaped like a two-headed snake. After the blood saber was broken, he lacked a suitable weapon. Although he hadn't used this trident before, it was still a good weapon. However, it was still a magical artifact, and it was of the water element, so it was just right for him to use. Li Qingshan first repaired the small area of water destroyed by Yang Pingu. Yang Pingu had sacrificed the life of a foundation-building cultivator, which only wasted a quarter of an hour of Li Qingshan's time. He even lost a whole set of equipment. Then he refined the dragon-seizing pitchfork. The shape of the dragon-seizing pitchfork changed slightly. The two ends of the pitchfork curved slightly, resembling the horns of a bull. To a certain extent, it was quite suitable. So this is how this thing is used. Li Qingshan casually slung the dragon, seizing pitchfork over his shoulder, and returned to clear Quartzek's waters. He continued with his work. He suddenly sensed a wave of demonic qi coming from the distance. It was the demonic qi he had lost in the river. He felt that this demonic aura was somewhat familiar. "Come here." Li Qingshan pointed the dragon-seizing pitchfork in the direction of the demonic qi. The pitchfork that resembled a snake's head suddenly opened. Two beams of light shot out, turning into two water ropes that plunged into the depths of the lake. After a while, with a splash, a big red carp broke out of the water. It was tied up, and as the ropes contracted, its figure also became smaller. "So it's this guy?" Li Qingshan looked at the leaping carp between the two pitchforks. He recognized it at first glance. It was the carp he had fed with medicinal pills back in ancient Wind City. Later on, he had taken it to the Qian family's lotus pond. Later on, Altar Master Black Lotus had massacred the city. This carp had given him the lotus seed that Altar Master Black Lotus had left behind. He had also given it a few medicinal pills and placed it in the clear river. He did not expect to see it here. Furthermore, it had become so huge in just a few years, and it had even condensed a demon core. It was clearly the effect of Altar Master Black Lotus's lotus seed. It was quite a fortune. The carp suddenly stopped struggling. It stared straight at Li Qingshan, as if it had recognized Li Qingshan. Then it opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to eat a medicinal pill. "You can actually recognize me." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Could it be that he had accidentally leaked his demonic qi when he was cultivating in ancient Wind City, so it remembered him? That was not strange. It was just an ordinary carp back then, so it did not have much reservations. He casually took out a medicinal pill and fed it. "All right, you're one of my shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This can be considered our fate. You can only repay me with your body when you transform into a beauty. Speaking of which, are you male or female?" The carp swallowed the medicinal pill and shook its head and tail happily. It was unknown if it understood what he was saying. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed it back into the water. It swam around before returning to its original size. Sure enough, the dragon-seizing bident had its uses. Sensing a few strands of demon qi surging in the lake, Li Qingshan smiled and dove into the water, continuing to refine Clear Court Lake. The huge red carp swam around him. It basically added the first demon soldier to the dwelling. As Li Qingshan refined Clear Court Lake, he shocked the cultivation world of the Clear River Prefecture once again. The school leaders of the 100 Schools of Thought held a meeting. "Where's Li Qingshan?" Lu Chongqing frowned. Li Qingshan was the Scarlet Hawk commander now. His status was completely different from before. Logically speaking, he had to attend a meeting like this. I've contacted him, but he wants to enter secluded cultivation. I'll see what I can do. Hua Sungzan said helplessly. He sure is clever. Who doesn't want to cultivate properly? Lu Chongqing said unhappily, but he did not think too much about it. However, Hua Sungzan found it rather strange. When superhumans appeared, the male lead was always absent. Chapter 5:09. The fishermen sang in the evening, and the water was calm. A few distant islands stood quietly in the middle of Clear Court Lake. Their reflections on the surface of the lake rippled with a red glow. The burning clouds in the western sky changed brilliantly, like the setting sun melting gold. Golden yellow, bright purple, crimson, like thousands of beasts dancing. In the eastern sky, the dark blue curtain of night slowly enveloped the area. A waning moon lay quietly among the clouds, accompanied by a few sparse stars. The fishermen's fire had already risen, and the stars floated in the air as they sailed home. The fishermen's song rippled. The ripples suddenly disappeared. The fishermen at the bow of the boat looked at the water in surprise. What disappeared were not only the ripples, but also the waves that had been rippling for thousands of years. Clear Court Lake suddenly quietened. Looking across the vast lake, there was not a single ripple. It was as if another invisible hand had gently flattened the surface of the lake, making it as flat as a mirror. At this moment, the faraway mountains collapsed. The setting sun, the sunset, the crescent moon, and the cold stars all descended from the sky. The fishing boat seemed to be sailing in the sky. It was beautiful, but the fishermen were stunned. Even the oldest and most knowledgeable fisherman could not explain the scene before him. A young fisherman curiously dipped his oar into the lake and stirred it. There was no sound of water, no waves, not even the slightest rise or fall. Wherever the oar went, the water seemed to flow on its own. In the cities and villages around Clear Court Lake, people rushed to the lakeside. From the tall lake gazing towers and the low stone bridges, they stared in a daze. Such a strange scene seemed to foreshadow disaster. But it had an indescribable spirituality. It attracted everyone's gaze, and they could not look away. Two young men stood at the top of a tall tower by the lake. One had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, while the other was extremely handsome. They were both rare beauties in the world, and their clothes fluttered in the night wind. Their expressions were like mortals staring straight at the mirror-like Clear Court Lake. They wanted to say something, but their throats seemed to be blocked by something. They could not say anything. After a long while, Hua Sungzan exhaled. It is recorded in the books that when a demon becomes a water god, turbid waves will rise into the sky. The waves were boundless, showing the divine power that unified the water realm. However, no one had ever heard of such a scene appearing. It's simply too bizarre. If I watch for a while longer, I'll be on the verge of comprehending the Tao. Han Tie's answer was silence. He clenched his fists, and his eyes shone. Hua Sungzan said, "Don't go crazy." Last time in the Red Cloud sect, he didn't attack us. It was already a blessing. Now, the difference is even greater. Han Tie helplessly loosened his fist. He had no choice but to admit this. More than half a month had passed since the 100 Clans conference, and no one had interfered in the chess game. The Dragon King of the Sea did not express his opinion on the internal conflict between Helicoverpa and the North Moon. The Azure Prefecture Overseer Manor did not send anyone to interfere with or stop the Water God, who was about to appear. The Sword Collection Palace did not send anyone to provide reinforcements, nor did they take Fu Qingjin away. They allowed him to remain on Benevolence Island. The chess players seemed to be waiting quietly to see just how the unexpected chess piece, the North Moon, would perform. They should have understood this chessboard like the back of their hand. The tiny changes that had occurred made them slightly curious. The war did not seem to have ended, but the Clear River Prefecture had already fallen completely silent. They watched the performance of the Moon Devil quietly. The flames in the east gradually died down, and the curtain of night rose up. The sky was filled with stars. In the depths of Clear Court Lake, Li Qingshan curled up. He was like an unborn infant, lying in the spirit turtle's profound shell. The god seal hovered before him, glowing with a faint blue light that illuminated his face. His eyes were closed, and he was at peace. It could be seen very clearly that a large region of water had appeared on the god seal. It was like a running rabbit, almost filling up the entire god seal. The feeling of refining Clear Court Lake was completely different from the feeling of refining the two rivers. As he filled the entire lake with demon chi, a lake appeared in his heart as well. It was so tranquil and peaceful, like he had returned to his home. Speaking of which, it made sense. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, it was very, very rare for him to actually soak in water. This was the first time he had ever possessed a lake like this. He had already reached the fourth layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, but only now did he seem to understand the spirit turtle transformation and himself. He had a feeling that he could sleep here for a century or even a millennium. All of the troubles of the secular world had nothing to do with him. He had a long lifespan. He could watch the seas turn into mulberry fields with indifference. Even though the lifespans of demons far exceeded that of humans, it was not without limits or limits. Perhaps the strongest aspect of the spirit turtle was not its ability to suppress the seas or divination. Instead, it was its extremely long lifespan. There were no enemies that were worth worrying about. He had plenty of time. As for his enemies, they would all be defeated by time in the end. Under these circumstances, whether it was fighting or fighting, it all seemed very unnecessary. I'm so sleepy. I'll sleep here for a while. Just a while, a century. Qingshan. A voice passed through the lake water and landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, but it was blocked outside, unable to reach in. The water god seal hovered in the spirit turtle's profound shell, using the power of the entire lake to replenish it. Even golden core masters would struggle to get through it so easily. Li Qingshan clearly seemed to hear it. He roused and opened his eyes. A beautiful girl stared at him through the spirit turtle's profound shell with her dark eyes. Her seaweed-like hair drifted through the lake water quietly. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and kissed her forehead gently. Afterwards, he took off and burst out of the water. The stars filled the lake. Between the water and the sky, a dazzling blue star rose up. The water god's seal flickered with resplendent light, rapidly rising up with Li Qingshan. At that moment, everyone saw it. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the star. The light receded, merging into his body. From today onwards, this lake will be called Moon Court Lake. His voice swept across the surface of the water, spreading out in all directions. The ripples he kicked up rapidly grew larger, spreading to every corner of Clear Court Lake. No, Moon Court Lake. At that moment, everyone heard it. In that instant, thousands of wrinkles appeared on Moon Court Lake. The interrupted sound of waves began once more. The surging waves shook endlessly, crushing the stars to pieces. On the fishing boats, on the shore, the bustling crowds all knelt down in the direction of the voice, chanting, "Moon Court Lake God, bless us." Mortals did not know what cultivation was. All they knew was that a powerful being had descended into the lake. To descend upon this lake, this kind of power was no different from that of the gods in the legends. Fools, Han Tie said coldly, from today onwards, The demons in the lake could wreak havoc as they pleased. Which cultivator had come to purge demons and actually worshipped this culprit? Wa Sungzon smiled. I don't think so. Perhaps the moon devil really can bless them. You seem very happy that he's become a god. I'm not exactly happy, but I do feel a little relieved. If the provincial lord's estate or the sword collection palace really sends people, they'll definitely be second heavenly tribulation experts. Once they clash, all the towns and farms around Mooncourt Lake will be flooded. The war will become even more intense and will be completely helpless. Godhood is both a form of power and a form of restraint. It focuses on defense, not offense. From today onwards, the moon devil won't leave Clear Court Lake so easily. Isn't that a blessing? As Wa Sungzon said that, he suddenly leapt up and flew towards the center of the lake. What are you doing? Han Tie asked. I'm talking to him. Li Qingshan spread his arms. He faced the river of stars and smiled. Now's not the time to sleep. He turned around and dove into the lake, asking Little, and why did you come? I missed you. Has your master left? He left. He gave me a magic tool. Take a look. Little and took out a dazzling golden Dharma wheel. It was a magic tool, and it was a mid-grade magic tool. Li Qingshan had now obtained a Dharma artifact. All of them were inferior artifacts that didn't make the grade, including the dragon-seizing pitchfork and the cursive sword calligraphy. In other words, even though it had surpassed ordinary spiritual artifacts and could barely be considered a magic artifact, its level was still very low. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could only play around with supreme-grade spirit artifacts, at most. Even those who owned inferior artifacts were few and far between, let alone a middle-grade artifact like this. They really are from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, after all. They're so generous. The full name of the Dharma Wheel was the Wheel of Righteousness, also known as the Golden Wheel. It possessed the great power of destroying evil and manifesting righteousness. It symbolized that it was flexible and unobstructed, circulating endlessly. It could destroy the worries of all living beings. The wheel in Little An's hand was called the Wheel of the Wisdom King's Glare. The upper half was circular, with 3 rings inside and outside. The center was shaped like a human eye. It was currently closed, radiating with 12 golden beams. The outer ring had 12 blue buttons. There were 5 balls of golden flames of different shapes at the top, representing the 5 wisdom kings. The lower half was a pedestal that could be held in one's hand in the shape of a lotus flower. It was an extremely rare, mid-grade Buddhist arcane artifact. However, Little An's greatest gain this time was not the arcane artifact, but a deeper comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma. As the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, the Annihilum Light Chan master had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. He was also a genius, having spent several centuries practicing the Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist scriptures alone could not match up to his teachings. After the Annihilum Light Chan master left, Little and immediately gained confidence, so he refined the Blood Sea banner. Working together, the two of them had completely established their foundation in the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan had become a water god of the lake. The surging water spiritual chi entered his body through the god seal before merging with the spirit turtle's demon core. Even without pills, his cultivation speed would be guaranteed to a certain extent. If he could refine the water of the Clear River, just what would the effects be? He was extremely eager. However, there were disadvantages too. From today onwards, the water god seal could no longer stray too far away from the region of water he controlled. The further it was, the weaker its control would be. If he went beyond 5,000 kilometers, it was possible for him to completely lose contact with it. By then, he would have to refine the Clear Court Lake again. And even if it was only a short distance away, some of the power in the water god seal would leak away. Of course, he could leave the water god seal behind and hand it to another member of the water race, but that would be equivalent to giving up his position as a water god. Mooncourt Lake only recognized the seal and not the person. If the member of the water race refused to return the water god seal, it would be a problem. No matter which member of the water race controlled the seal, their strength would increase drastically in the lake. Although he could hand it over to a weaker subordinate to ensure absolute suppression, it would be troublesome if an enemy were to invade. This was the problem of becoming a god. He was not free, which was why, when Li Qingshan announced himself as the god of Mooncourt Lake, many people had indeed stopped worrying. However, this problem was not a major problem to Li Qingshan. To be continued. Chapter 5:10. With a thought, Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell formed a smooth mirror. The mirror clearly reflected his appearance. However, the scene in the mirror was not the bottom of the lake, but underground. Li Qingshan sat down in the underground cavern, constantly gathering spiritual qi to maintain the existence of his mirror clone. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed out with his other vision, but all he saw was empty space. Bang! Li Qingshan waved his hand and pressed his fingers against the mirror. The mirror clone stood up and leapt into the air, vanishing into the cavern. The mirror distorted, reflecting the pitch-black bottom of the lake before returning to normal. Afterwards, Li Qingshan's figure emerged from the mirror just like that. Without wasting Li Qingshan's demon qi, the clone was still the same clone, directly summoned to his side from underground. Li Qingshan smiled. After refining Mooncourt Lake, he gained a deeper understanding of the changes to the two innate abilities of the spirit turtle. He became more and more proficient with them, and the more he comprehended, the more he found them to be filled with endless mysteries. From that moment onwards, the mirror clone was no longer just an image condensed from demon qi. It was even more closely connected to his original body. Li Qingshan suddenly swung the dragon, seizing Bident, and pierced the clone's hand. Afterwards, he raised his right hand in thought. When the clone's hand was pierced, he felt a piercing pain as well. A red mark was left behind. In other words, if my clone is injured, my original body will be injured too. This water mirror's image really isn't as simple as it seems. This seemed like a bad thing. Li Qingshan could no longer use his clone as cannon fodder without any qualms anymore. But in reality, to the current Li Qingshan, it was extremely good news. Ignoring everything else, he could pass the god seal to his clone without worry. His clone would be responsible for gathering water spiritual qi in the lake for him. When he needed it, he could come and receive it. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he could directly summon his clone back to his side. He did not have to worry about losing the god seal, and his original body would just have to retrieve the intestines. The only thing he regretted was that he could only summon his doppelganger. If his main body could pass through the surface of the mirror, wouldn't that be 1,000 miles teleportation? That would be more useful than any escape technique. It was equivalent to having an extra life. However, this was only the beginning. Li Qingshan could sense that the mysteries of the water mirror's image had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. It's him. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head and felt a familiar aura on the lake. Fellow Taoist North Moon, I'm Hua Sengzan of the Legalist School. I've come to pay my respects, said Hua Sengzan as he arrived on the lake. Then he turned around. He said to Han Tie, "Why are you following me? I'm willing." "All right then," Hua Sengzan said, helplessly. In any case, there probably wouldn't be any danger during this trip. "Come down," Li Qingshan said loudly. The surface of the lake suddenly split into two. In the middle, there was a water staircase that extended downwards. Han Tie revealed a vigilant expression. He had entered a water region controlled by a powerful water demon. It was no different from entering a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, when he saw Hua Sengzan descending the staircase, he could only follow, thinking that even if they didn't enter the water, they were no match for the Moon Devil. There was a long passageway in front of them, and they were walking in it. They could clearly see the scenery at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, two spots of light lit up in the dark water region. A demonic aura rapidly approached. Hua Sengzan stopped and turned around. He saw a huge red carp swimming toward them and pouncing toward them. Han Tie held a spear in his hand, ready to strike. However, he was held down by Hua Sengzan. With a splash, the big red carp leaped across the passageway and brushed past them. Han Tie put down his spear, and the two of them continued forward. Their field of vision suddenly widened. The passageway led to a large hall. There were no pillars, only an empty space. The shape was like a drop of water that had fallen on the ground. There was a tall throne in the middle. The Moon Devil sat on it. The big red carp swam up from the floor. It moved closer to him and opened its mouth wide. The Moon Devil smiled and patted the big fish's head. He fed it a pill. "You're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to resist killing you?" Then he looked at the few oversized crab demons, turtle demons, and prawn demons hiding under the water. He scolded, "You cowards! If you don't come up now, I'll cook you for soup." They swam over in a hurry and lined up on the two sides. They were all the prawn soldiers and crab generals that Li Qingshan had subdued with the dragon seizing Bident. They were not powerful, but they could still hold their ground after all. Hua Sengzan had no idea how to react inside. Everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knew about the Moon Devil's brutality, but when he saw it in person, he would always feel a slight difference. However, as he approached the throne, he immediately sensed the powerful aura from him. It was heavy, violent, tranquil, and melded together. It was indescribable. The further he went, the stronger the pressure became. When he was still 10 meters away from the throne, he stopped. He actually felt like he could not get any closer. "What have you come for? Have you come to congratulate me? Or have you come to kill me?" Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. He stared at his two old friends from the 100 schools of thought with a burning gaze. He did not want to appear too polite, just in case they saw through him and ruin the Moon Devil's reputation. Hua Sengzan only felt a surging malice crash towards him, like a tsunami. Han Tie took a step forward and held his spear horizontally, blocking Hua Sengzan. "Piss off, all of you. Oh, I'm not talking about you." Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and cursed as he pointed down. As it turned out, before Hua Sengzan and Han Tie had done anything, the turtle demon had already retreated into its shell, while the crab demons and prawn monsters had curled up into a ball out of fright. When they heard the order, they immediately felt like they had been pardoned, fleeing into the water in a hurry. I want to ask fellow North Moon to return Senior Zhou Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword. Hua Sengzan knew that with his status, he did not have the qualifications to discuss war or peace with North Moon. His request for the lightning slaughter wooden sword was more of a test. Before the situation was settled, rashly coming into contact with the Moon Devil would definitely cause him to be criticized. However, if his goal was to return Zhou Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword, then things would be different. Zhou Tong? Who's that? It's the Taoist priest who used lightning to fight you last time. Oh, you're talking about this. Li Qingshan came to a sudden realization. He took out the lightning slaughter wooden sword and tossed it lightly in his hand. Electricity surged and flowed. But why should I return it to you? This is my spoil of war. The lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, fellow Daoist. Can we use something else to exchange for it? Li Qingshan leaned forward and raised his eyebrows. Right now, aren't your lives and 100 treasures pouches mine? If fellow Daoist really wants it, then come and take it. Wah! Sungzan spread his arms in a carefree manner. However, he was extremely nervous inside. According to his deductions, the North Moon had not even directly killed the demon slayer Yang Pingu, sparing him. The chances of him killing them were almost zero. However, Taoists were fickle. They could not be judged with common sense. No matter how clever a person was, it was impossible to avoid all accidents. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. With a wave of his hand, the water palace collapsed loudly. Water surged in from all directions. Just when Hua Sungzan and Han Tie thought he was going to attack, Li Qingshan leapt up gently and vanished into the waves. I heard that there's a treasure in the 100 schools of thought called the Water Mirror Disc. If you want the sword back, you'll have to use the Water Mirror Disc to exchange for it. After seeing the Water Mirror Disc for the first time, Li Qingshan was interested. There seemed to be a fortuitous encounter between him and the spirit turtle's ability, the Water Mirror's image. If he could obtain it, his comprehension of the Water Mirror's image might reach an even higher level. Li Qingshan passed the Water God seal to his mirror clone before concealing all of his aura. He returned to the Chain Mountains silently with little Anne. In Mooncourt Lake, Li Qingshan controlled his clone to swim towards a small lake near Mooncourt Lake. The quality of the Water God seal was indeed extraordinary. Even Mooncourt Lake was unable to fill it completely. There was still some space at the edges. However, it was impossible for it to hold another clear river. What Li Qingshan needed to do was continue refining the water in the surroundings until it filled up the Water God seal. Arriving before the small lake, the Water God seal shone brightly. Li Qingshan threw himself into it, but he did not use his own demon qi to refine it. Instead, he used the spiritual qi of the entire Mooncourt Lake. In less than 2 hours, his aura had filled the entire lake, adding another region of water and power to the Water God seal. Li Qingshan smiled. Sure enough, it was just like how it was written in the books. After grasping a larger body of water, refining the smaller ones in the surroundings became extremely easy. Afterwards, Li Qingshan continued to work hard, refining most of the water in the surroundings. Finally, he filled up the Water God seal. The tremendous water spiritual qi was boundless, like it was about to overflow. It left Li Qingshan's mind in turmoil. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration in his head. The mental cultivation method of the arts of the boundless ocean appeared in his head. Although Mooncourt Lake was still incomparable to a true ocean, it already had the atmosphere of an ocean. It was greatly beneficial to Li Qingshan's path of human cultivation. It was truly like the saying, "A willow planted unintentionally becomes a shade." Chapter 5:11. What a great appetite! Ru Xian glanced past Li Qingshan and said secretly, "It's just SOSO. I really have to thank you, Miss Ru Xian." Li Qingshan twisted his neck. He sat to Lu Chongqing's left in his handsome uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. To Lu Chongqing's right was Han Anjuan. Just this change in position demonstrated the difference in his current status. It made Lu Chuanfeng very envious as he sat in the corner. There were quite a few foundation establishment cultivators in the schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. Some possessed great seniority, while others possessed great cultivation. However, in formal meetings, the people who could sit at the very top would always be prefects, generals, and commanders. Even Zhou Tong, who was known as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture, could only be ranked below them. This was a form of official status. Lu Chongqing's status went without saying. He was recognized as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture by the country. Although Han Anjuan only led the school of the military, he could directly enlist the disciples of the academy in times of need. The Hawkwolf Guard was an organization of violence directly subordinate to the Great Xia Empire. They were divided into the traditional 3 types of authority: politics, military, and supervision. Although the schools of Buddhism and Taoism were filled with talents and had a solid foundation, as religious figures, they could not get involved in specific matters. Li Qingshan even turned around and tried to persuade Lu Chongqing, "Don't fret, Sir Lu. The water mirror disc isn't something the Moon Devil can have just because he wants it." Hua Sengzan also felt like the Moon Devil was demanding an exorbitant price. The problem was, if it was something else, then so be it, but it just had to be the lightning slaughter wooden sword. "Kid, that's easy for you to say. That's my sword." Sure enough, Zhou Tong became rather restless. The lightning slaughter wooden sword was a crucial arcane artifact for him to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. It was something that directly connected to his life. He had the opportunity to take it back now. How could he not be tempted? "Don't be angry, Senior Zhou. We're just taking our time to think about it." Li Qingshan thought, "Hey, of course I know it's your sword. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have taken it. Yes, the water mirror disc is indeed precious, but the Thunder Slaughter wooden sword is also a rare magic treasure. In the future, it might become a magic treasure. It would be a pity to lose it. Sai, it was better for everyone to discuss it. What should we do?" No matter how Li Qingshan talked, everyone felt that he didn't say anything. Zhou Tong even bluntly reprimanded, "Your words are like fart, completely useless." Li Qingshan really had nothing to say. If he objected to the exchange, he would be going against himself. If they supported the exchange, wouldn't it be easy for others to suspect them? The discussion gradually became more and more intense. Li Qingshan decided to multitask. On one hand, he was dealing with the conference of the 100 Schools of Thought, while on the other, his mind was still on the Moon Court Lake that was shimmering with light. Raising his head, he saw a small river flowing down from a mountain peak. This river was even smaller than the first river that Li Qingshan had refined. If it were not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would have been much smaller than the first river Li Qingshan had refined. If not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would probably not be enough to condense a god seal deep into the forest. Li Qingshan stood above the mouth of the river, surging demonic chi flowing against the flow. With the support of the god seal, it connected the entire body of water in the blink of an eye. If there was still space in the water god seal. Only in the end did they barely manage to reach a conclusion, which was to get Hua Sengzan to talk to the Moon Devil again and see if he could change the conditions. "All right then, I'll go again. However, it's best if you don't get your hopes up too high." Hua Sengzan sighed and stood up. "I'll go with you." Zhou Tong stood up suddenly. Hua Sengzan could not dissuade him. All she could do was agree, with a bitter smile. "Senior Zhou, you must remain calm when the time comes. Don't get into conflict with the Moon Devil again." The two of them traveled through the night to Moon Court Lake and only found the Moon Devil, Li Qingshan, on a small island in the middle of the lake after spending quite a bit of money. Hua Sengzan raised an eyebrow. She felt that the situation was even stranger than the last time they met. The Moon Devil was currently squatting on the beach, eating a barbecue. A plucked pheasant was skewered on a tree branch, spinning above the fire. He had smeared it with a sauce he had found somewhere. "My lightning slaughter sword." Zhou Tong walked over with a guarded expression. Just now, he could clearly see that the tree branch Li Qingshan was spinning was the unassuming lightning slaughter wooden sword. He let out a wretched cry. It's my lightning slaughter wooden sword. Li Qingshan corrected and took a huge bite out of the chicken. Hua Sengzan took a step forward and bowed. With a pleasant expression, he expressed that the water mirror disc belonged to the 100 schools of thought, and they could not make the decision to give it to him. Why don't you change your conditions? Since the lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, why don't you exchange it for something more useful? How is it useless? This is my secret recipe, a necessary tool for lightning and fire dual roasting. What if I can't eat such a delicious roast chicken in the future? Li Qingshan angrily waved the roast chicken in his hand and looked at Zhou Tong's pale complexion. Ha! My words are useless. This lousy tree branch of yours can only be used for roasting, and it's especially disgusting. Hua Sengzan smelled the charred smell of the roast chicken and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not say a single word. Moon Devil, you're infuriating me. Zhou Tong roared, his entire body bursting with lightning. Li Qingshan pointed at him with the roast chicken. You dare to make a move. Senior, please calm your anger. Hua Sengzan hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Zhou Tong back. In the end, Zhou Tong did not make a move. Although he had a fiery temper, he was no fool. He would definitely not do something like smashing an egg against a rock. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that the Moon Devil had become even stronger. He was much stronger than when he had snatched away his lightning slaughter sword. If Zhou Tong knew that the one in front of him, right now, was just a clone, he would not be able to tell. Yet, he couldn't see it at all. How would he feel? What a pity, what a pity. It's too tiring to hold it up and eat. I still lack a good plate. What a fly in the ointment. Li Qingshan shook his head and muttered to himself, if you really don't want to give it to me, I'll just go get it myself in the future. Hua Sengzan's heart shivered. As it seemed, the Moon Devil was truly determined to obtain the water mirror disc. The exchange this time was no longer just a matter of 2 items. It also had to do with the upcoming situation. If the exchange went smoothly, then it would be a very good beginning. They could put an end to this pointless war. However, if it did not, it was possible for the Moon Devil to start another war. The best-case scenario would be the Rui Commandery getting involved, and the Clear River Prefecture would become a quagmire of war again. Li Qingshan obviously would not declare war against the 100 schools of thought. Firstly, he had too many people he was familiar with. If he accidentally killed his father-in-law or brother-in-law, then his relationship with Han Qiongji would truly become a melodramatic drama. Not to mention that the current situation was so great, so he would never be foolish enough to destroy it. As long as no one cared about him, he would continue devouring the rivers and lakes one by one. He would not lose out at all. It was not like threats cost anything anyway. Hua Sengzan pulled Zhou Tong back to the 100 schools of thought and told Lu Chongqing about the cause and effect. This time, there was no meeting. Only the 3 of them were present. Lu Chongqing's expression changed. He was uncertain about what to do. Prefect Lute, you trust me? Zhou Tong asked. You're too polite, senior. Of course. With the lightning slaughter sword, my confidence in undergoing the heavenly tribulation has increased by 30% at the very least. If I succeed, I'll definitely find a way to take back the water mirror disc. If I really can't, I'll use other items to make it up to you. As long as the threat of the Moon Devil remains, I will always be watching over the Clear River Prefecture. If I fail the tribulation, the lightning slaughter sword won't be destroyed. It'll probably absorb the power of lightning and become even more powerful. It'll replace the water mirror disc. We can sign a contract and send it to the Rui Commandery. It'll be a deal between me and the Moon Devil. What do you think? At that moment, Zhou Tong seemed extremely calm. He had explained everything clearly. After a moment of thought, Hua Sengzan understood that Lu Chongqing's greatest worry was still over at the Rui Commandery. The Marquis of Rui had not sent anyone to provide support, but he had never said that he would allow the demons to threaten him and make him even more powerful. Zhou Tong's words were equivalent to absolving Lu Chongqing of responsibility. Lu Chongqing struggled internally for quite a while before finally gritting his teeth. All right, but I need to report this to the Marquis of Rui first. If the Marquis has no objections, you can have the water mirror disc. Chapter 5:12. I'm sure the Marquis won't object. With a golden core cultivator holding the fort, this game of chess is still very promising. It might seem like the Moon Devil has gotten his way, but Senior Zhou will make him realize sooner or later that this is his greatest mistake. Hua Sengzan said this, but he was not so optimistic inside. Humph, I won't let this matter rest. How dare you use my thunder slaughter sword to roast a chicken? Zhou Tong's face twitched again. After the meeting of the 100 Schools of Thought ended, Lu Chuanfeng invited Li Qingshan to visit the School of Novels. Li Qingshan naturally refused. Lu Chuanfeng pretended to be angry. Qingshan, the School of Novels is your home. It's too outrageous of you to pass by like this without entering. Unable to refuse, Li Qingshan went to Cloud Wisp Island. He passed through the bamboo forest and saw the flickering lights in the bamboo house. Li Qingshan could sense the presence of many presences. This place was no longer as empty as it had been in the past. At Lu Chuanfeng's command, a group of children of all ages came out to welcome him. The oldest was only 15 or 16 years old, while the youngest was only 10. They said in unison with their tender voices, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Then they stared at Li Qingshan with sparkling eyes. Lu Chuanfeng often used Li Qingshan's glorious deeds to encourage them. He also talked about the results of his hard work in teaching them. Li Qingshan sighed. After 3 years of war, the School of Novels was probably the only one that had become more prosperous. The main reason was that the School of Novels did not have any decent disciples to begin with. Most of these new disciples were only at the 2nd or 3rd layer of Qi practitioner. It was better for the School of Moism to create a few puppets than to send them to their deaths. Some people were destroyed because they were weak, while others were safe because they were too weak. They sat down and talked. Unknowingly, 2 to 4 hours had passed. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. He wanted to hurry back to the Chain Mountains with Little, but he was stopped by Hua Sengzan. He had just finished talking with Lu Chongqing. He was just about to ask Li Qingshan to return and take charge of the general affairs of the Hawkwolf Guard. He had never heard of a Scarlet Eagle commander. Apart from the day of the succession, he would not appear at all. Now that the war had come to an end, there were many things for the Hawkwolf Guard to do. He was about to take charge of the situation. "Little Flower, I'll leave everything to you. I want to go into seclusion for a while." Li Qingshan patted Hua Sengzan's shoulder. Before he could finish, Hua Sengzan exclaimed, "You still want to go into closed-door training? Didn't you just come out of closed-door training?" He had never heard of a cultivator going into seclusion so frequently. Locking oneself in a cave abode was not considered seclusion. Only when one's cultivation had reached a certain bottleneck, or when one's accumulation had reached a certain level, would they choose to break through secluded cultivation. I've comprehended something recently. Li Qingshan was telling the truth. He had learned a lesson from his battle against Helicoverpa rosa. He had yet to comprehend it in detail. And after refining Mooncourt Lake, he had yet to consolidate the slivers of comprehension he had obtained. All of this required time. All right then. What else could Hua Sengzan say? To cultivators, the most important thing was still cultivation. Everything else, like the Hawkwolf Guard or the overall situation of the world, was extremely secondary. Though the path of cultivation is about progressing step by step. If you're in too much of a hurry, you'll end up with less speed. It's easy for you to suffer from chi deviation. I know. You should be careful when you interact with the Moon Devil. Don't end up getting hurt. Instead, Li Qingshan obviously understood the principle of progressing step by step. He had not actually spent a lot of time and effort on the arts of the boundless ocean. However, he also had to practice an extremely profound ability like the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and he had to maintain his status in the world of demons. He never had enough time. He had always wanted to learn the path of artifact forging, but he never had the time. He hoped the situation would ease up for a while after the war ended, so he would have more time to cultivate. This tiger is far too vicious. It's not something I can fight. I just want to tame it so that it can hurt fewer people. Li Qingshan smiled. That's not easy either. We've gained a powerful rival in love. A rival in love. Hua Sengzan suddenly discovered he had missed something. What would the Marquis of Rui think about the Moon Devil's public confession of love to Gu Yenying? The exchange this time would probably lead to unexpected problems, and the development of the matter seemed to verify Hua Sengzan's guess. The Marquis of Rui had never turned down Lu Chongqing's request, but he did not agree to it either. Lu Chongqing was afraid of handing over the water mirror disc so easily, so the matter was shelved just like that. Li Qingshan obviously was not in a hurry. The one who should be in a hurry was Zhou Tong. This had been a stroke of inspiration in the first place. It was an idle move. If it succeeded, then that would be for the best. If it failed, then there was nothing to be pitiful about. In reality, he had already forgotten about this matter. In Qing Zhao's dwelling in the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan's eyes were firmly shut. The blue light on him rose and fell like waves, producing the faint sound of waves, apart from diverting a part of his attention, so that his clone could continue refining water and expanding the God seal. He had already submerged his mind into his sea of consciousness. His mind had already completely sunk into his sea of consciousness. In the boundless sea of consciousness, it was like a huge mirror, clearly reflecting the two figures. One was Li Qingshan, while the other was Helicoverpa Rosa. From when they first met to every single time they met, every single word they spoke, he did not miss out on anything. Then it went to the sex in Cobweb City, the bitter battle below Cobweb City, the indulgence and venting after victory, and everything. Li Qingshan recalled her every expression and every movement like he was recalling a lover. From a certain perspective, enemies were indeed closer than lovers. Hating a person would make him think about them every single day, but loving someone was very difficult to achieve. Of course, Li Qingshan did not hate Helicoverpa Rosa. What he recalled was more excitement and passion. Her wounds and demon chi should have recovered long ago. Why hasn't she come for revenge yet? What secret weapon is she preparing? The tiger demon roared inside, desiring another battle with her. He could imagine that this battle would definitely be extremely difficult, but this was also where the interest lay. He was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past either. Controlling Mooncourt Lake held extraordinary significance to him. Apart from the direct benefits, it was more important for his mind. As a result, he devoted his mind to the figure of the spirit turtle that radiated with an extremely tranquil aura, once again comprehending and sensing it. On the other side of the dwelling, Little and clasped her hands together. Between them was the blood demon core she had obtained from killing Blood Shadow. The blood demon core was like a pool of blood, constantly changing its shape. It let out a strange hiss, like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts in hell. Little and freed up her left hand and swung it upwards. The 21 skull prayer beads dispersed, turning into a skull that circled above her head. She lifted up the blood demon core in her right hand with some difficulty. Its shape had already changed completely, becoming a thin piece that rippled like flowing water. She suddenly pushed upwards, and the blood demon core flew up. The skull opened its mouth and sprayed the samadhi flames of white bone at the blood demon core. She formally began refining the blood sea banner. At the same time, in Moon Court Lake, Li Qingshan did not stop refining the surrounding waters for a single moment. Under the control of a single will, his main body and clone advanced together, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Before he knew it, for months had passed. Li Qingshan spent half a month and refined another river that spanned 500 kilometers. He temporarily stopped advancing and gazed at the water god seal in his hand. It was still translucent, glowing with blue light. However, the patterns on it had become clearer and more complicated. It was no longer a flat piece, beginning to take on a three-dimensional feel. And he could clearly sense that the water spread out in all directions with Moon Court Lake as the center. Moon Court Lake was like a thumping heart, while the rivers were the arteries that transported blood. However, Helicoverpa still had not come to challenge him, which gave him a sense of danger. Or did demons have a different concept of time than humans? Li Qingshan dared not be careless, but he was not overly worried either. He believed that he would definitely grow stronger faster than Helicoverpa. If she was willing to delay, then that was fine. After delaying for 80 to 100 years, there would be no need for a battle to the death. She could just lie down and wait for him to arrive. After a short rest, Li Qingshan continued his search for a water vein connected to Moon Court Lake that had yet to be refined. What he wanted to find the most was a water vein connected to the underground rivers, but he had yet to find it. There was nothing he could do about it. There were just too many rivers connected to Moon Court Lake, and every single one of them twisted and turned. It was very difficult to determine their direction from one end. Some seemed to be underground rivers, but they would come to the surface after traveling underground for a period of time. Some clearly flowed in the direction of the territory, but they would be obstructed by the mountains. After a few turns, they would end up somewhere unknown. Just where is it? In the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He opened his eyes and glanced at Little N. She was still focused on refining the blood sea banner. Within the samadhi flames of white bone that burned quietly, a long blood-red banner had already vaguely taken shape. Li Qingshan could already sense the great power it contained. It surged like the ocean, boundless and boundless. I originally thought it would be very easy to find. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten her to divine it first. Oh, right. Why don't I test the spirit turtle's divination abilities? Li Qingshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In the past 4 months, he had gained an even deeper understanding of the spirit turtle transformation. Not only had his two abilities, the spirit turtle's profound shell and the water mirror's image, had become even more profound and profound. He had gained a deeper understanding of the spirit turtle's original abilities as well. Li Qingshan closed his eyes again. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body flickered with light. At the same time, he held the water god's seal through his clone 500 kilometers away and sensed the ripples of Moon Court Lake. Unknowingly, he focused on the center of Moon Court Lake. There was a towering island there. Suddenly, he saw a vortex at the foot of one of the islands. Below the swirl was a cavern that constantly swallowed the lake water. He had always been searching around Moon Court Lake, but he had never paid any special attention to what was happening in the lake. That was because a swirl like that was far too common in Moon Court Lake. It was not worth paying special attention to, and looking at the size of the cavern, it was impossible for it to produce such a majestic underground river. If it were in the past, even if Li Qingshan discovered the cavern, he would not have paid any attention to it. Li Qingshan believed in the spirit turtle's senses. He immediately arrived above the swirl and channeled demon chi into the cavern, under the push of the water god seal. It rapidly extended underground. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. M. Chapter 5:13. The lake water poured into the cavern, turning into an underground river that flowed through the darkness. In the beginning, the flow of water was very small, so small that it could condense a god seal. However, as the river surged, more and more water merged with it, and the flow of water became greater and greater. It advanced towards the depths of the underground like an unstoppable force. After another series of twists and turns, the flow gradually stabilized. To no surprise, it was in the direction of the underground territory. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He threw himself into it without any hesitation. The underground river was so large that it surpassed any of the rivers he had refined in the past. It would probably take him quite the effort to refine it. However, once he refined it, he would establish a connection between the two territories. His foundation in the Clear River Prefecture would become even more consolidated. In the Qingxiao dwelling, Li Qingshan stood up and nodded at Little, and before making his way out of the dwelling, it was time for his main body to take action. At the end of the day, his clone only possessed a portion of his demon chi, and it did not possess the might of the spirit turtle. When he focused on cultivation, using it to save time was not a bad idea. However, he still had to deal with the true problems personally. It was more convenient, and it was time for him to return underground and investigate the situation. He wanted to see how Yi Liusu's great cause of unification was progressing. The Blackwater salamander continued to swim about freely in the depths of his underground lake, cultivating slowly at the speed of a demon. Perhaps in a decade or a century, he would become a powerful demon general, but right now, he was only the weakest of demons. Among the underground demons, the demons in Li Qingshan's territory, he was probably the luckiest. He had safely made it through this battle that could have threatened his life. The Blackwater salamander suddenly sensed a powerful, irresistible demon chi merge with the water around him. The water that he could freely control turned into a stagnant cage at that moment. Two azure specks of light lit up in the black water. They were blurry. A spirit turtle swam over. The two specks of light were the spirit turtle's eyes. It clearly carried a huge turtle shell on its back, but its movements were filled with a sense of lightness and elegance, as if it was dancing in the air. Compared to the direct, tremendous demon chi, there was another indescribable aura. It was a sense of holiness. It was like a king patrolling his territory, like a god marking his divine kingdom. Wherever it went, no matter how turbulent the current was, will also calm down as if his eyes. However, when it swam closer, the figure of the spirit turtle dispersed, revealing Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's main body arrived at the bottom of Mooncourt Lake. The moment he began refining this underground river, he found it exceptionally easy. The further down this underground river went, the stronger the water flow became. Moreover, it was the kind of refinement that opened up the river. It felt as easy as using a clone to refine a small river. The speed at which he refined the water veins with his clone was enough to leave others in the dust. If they saw the efficiency of the main body, they would probably be dumbfounded. At this moment, in the commandery city of Rui, there was indeed a group of people who were currently stunned. There was a glowing map that filled the entire wall. There were no city walls on it, only the scenery of mountains and rivers. The undulating mountain ranges and the continuous rivers were like giant dragons intertwining on the earth. Their heads and tails were connected, but they were not chaotic at all, bringing with them the beauty of nature. The river was blue, but a small area was dyed bright red. Looking at its shape, it was the scenery of Mooncourt Lake and the water veins around it. Marquis, this is the scenery from the Green Province Cauldron. The Moon Devil, no. The North Moon's rate of refining the water veins has suddenly sped up, an old man reported. The Marquis of Rouy wore the same tall hat and violet clothes as before, except the coldness on his face and the slight smile on his face had vanished. It had been replaced with caution or even vigilance. The spreading bright red seemed to be a poisonous sore on his body. Yes, the Rouy Commandery was the territory that had been passed down through his clan for several thousand years. It was like an extension of his body. He did not care if demons ran amok. No matter how many mortals or cultivators died, he did not care either. However, refining mountains and rivers like this and claiming to be a god was directly challenging his authority. The Marquis of Roux's right hand that was hidden in his sleeve clenched into a fist. He felt an urge to leave right now, rush straight to the Clear River Prefecture, and kill him. As a matter of fact, he did not even need to do anything personally. As long as he gave the order, mobilizing a few golden core cultivators would not be a problem at all. There were already 3 golden core cultivators who served as guests in his Marquis estate. However, he could not. He was not a chess piece, but he was only bold enough to be a spectator, let alone moving the chess pieces on the chessboard. Even watching without saying anything was basic. What do the two of you think about this? The Marquis of Rouy looked back. Beside him stood 2 people on equal footing. One of them was a middle-aged man in military uniform. His face was like scarlet steel without the slightest expression. His arms hung by his side as he stood sternly, like a glacier that would not melt for 1,000 years. If Li Qingshan were present, he would definitely find him extremely similar to Han Anjuan. He was Han Qiongji's uncle, Great General Han Anghua. If we don't eliminate this demon, he'll definitely become a great problem. The Marquis of Rouy nodded in agreement. Lu Chongqing has actually reported to me that he wants to hand the water mirror disc to him. Who knows what he's thinking? The other person was obviously Gu Yenying. She was still dressed in clothes whiter than snow, standing with her arms behind her back. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her fair arms. She seemed clean and neat, and she always had a free and easy smile on her face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She was like an invisible, ever-changing gust of wind. That's a little interesting. Yenying, aren't you a little too relaxed? When the Marquis of Rouy looked at her, even his gaze would soften slightly. The arrogance of a marquis that was ingrained in his bones had vanished. This was obviously not because of his love for her. Gu Yenying's status was the same as his, and there were basically no one who could say for sure how deep her cultivation was, not to mention the figure that enveloped the entire sky of the great Xia Empire behind her. Compared to her, the mighty Marquis of Rouy was merely a small, local marquis. It's just a game of chess. Why do you have to be so serious? This is my ancestral property. The Marquis of Rouy smiled bitterly and stared at her. What moved him the most was not her absolute beauty, nor was it her noble status. It was not even her bearing that was as graceful as the wind. Instead, it was a kind of boldness. Although the wind did not move, Qi was omnipresent, covering the 9 provinces. Everyone said the Clear River Prefecture was a game of chess, But apart from the few people at the very top, no one was bold enough to actually treat it as a game of chess. Why don't we just hand the water mirror disc to him? Let's see what he can do. Gu Yenying really did seem like a spectator, enjoying the show. He's my admirer after all. The corner of Gu Yenying's lips curled. She did not mention anything about the changes in the situation. She did not hide her personal likes or dislikes at all. Since you said you're going to give it to him, then let's give it to him, who made me end up like this. So I should share the same fate as this North Moon. The Marquis of Rui sighed. In the blink of an eye, he tossed the words, if this demon is not eliminated, he'll definitely become a great problem to the back of his mind. He did not want to come off as too petty in front of her. Of course, that was not the main reason. Recently, he had been under quite a lot of pressure. In order to retrieve his lightning slaughter sword, Zhou Tong had truly been in a great hurry. He had found a figure that even the Marquis of Rui could not turn down to talk to him. Gu Yenying did not mention the situation, but the Marquis of Rui had already analyzed the situation countless times inside, considering the benefits Zhou Tong would gain from undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Yenying's words could only be regarded as a prelude at most. With his cultivation and age, why would he do something stupid for the sake of his personal feelings? Of course, this prelude was very important. The Marquis of Rui instinctively felt vigilant or even fearful of the North Moon. It was far too unusual for a demon's cultivation to rise so quickly. He should be suppressed as much as possible. If it were not for what Gu Yenying had said, he probably would have followed through with this idea. Afterwards, he regretted his decision today greatly, which also proved that something like boldness could not be faked after all. Some people really did not care about it. As the two of them spoke, Han Angua maintained the Han family's usual style, remaining silent and not stopping them at all. Only when they were about to leave did Gu Yenying suddenly ask, "Has your niece succeeded with foundation establishment? She just underwent the heavenly tribulation the day before yesterday. She's currently resting and recovering." Han Angua's gaze was filled with inquiry. He had no idea why she had suddenly mentioned Han Qiongji. "Tell her to report to me tomorrow," Gu Yenying said straightforwardly. Han Angua was rather confused. He had no idea why she cared so much about Han Qiongji. However, directly being promoted to a White Wolf Guard was not a bad thing at the end of the day. He did not want Han Qiongji to return to the Clear River Prefecture right now either. At the very least, he had to wait until the situation had settled down completely. As a result, he nodded. "All right." The Marquis of Rui smiled. "You must be talking about niece Qiongji." As her uncle, try persuading her again. Just how will she be willing to part with the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms? Am I supposed to mistreat her? That'll be up to her. The great general's estate. "No, I have to go back," Han Qiongji said firmly. "I've already agreed to it. Military orders must be obeyed. As a Hawkwolf Guard, Commander Gu is your general. You should follow her orders. All right, stop being stubborn. You're not a child anymore." For once, Han Angua showed a gentle expression, which filled the young men and women present with envy. Since when had their father ever been so kind to them? Moreover, ever since Han Qiongji had come, their lives had become much better, so they all tried to persuade her. "Yeah, Sister Qiongji, just stay behind. He's already told you to wait for him. What's so good about that Li Qingshan? It's been so long, and there's no news from him at all. He hasn't even written a letter." Han Angua said frigidly, "He personally killed 4 demon generals, all alone. He's even the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture. Now, if you want to criticize others, look at yourself first." They immediately fell silent out of fear, but they felt extremely indignant inside. "That's just because we didn't have the opportunity. Once that Li Qingshan comes, we'll definitely have a good fight with him. Han Qiongji was slightly surprised. She had been in secluded cultivation the entire time in order to break through to Foundation establishment, so she had no idea that Li Qingshan had already become a Scarlet Hawk commander. However, she always felt happy when her uncle praised him. Qingshan, hurry up and come. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.